Hail and well met. It is time once again to venture into the unknown reaches of the Coronis Expanse for glory and profit in the name of House von Valancius. So welcome on in, Zahel, thank you for lurking. Sans, welcome. Welcome to anyone else tuning in. Now, where did we leave off? I feel like we finished after completing some exploration. Like there was a group of 3 or 4 systems clustered together that I wanted to explore. And I think we ended after I managed to explore those. And the Emperor? Of course! Oh yeah, we came all the way down here to deal with something. I think it was the Drukhari attack. And now they've challenged me to a fight up in one of these 3 systems. Why is this not showing the quests I have there? Oh well. So I need to go up there to deal with the Drukhari menace, I think. Save the Eldari survivors. Get to Kiava Gamma finally. It's getting to be fewer and fewer unexplored systems. So what do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Only 8 unexplored systems on the entire map. But still a lot of rumors and a lot of quests to hunt down. That's just the caches. Voyage of the Casbalican ship. What's that? That seems to be a rumor. Here we go. Friendly Casbalican ship that's searching for burning worlds has indicated in which region. Oh, right. So I can talk to them and get some rewards for telling them about burning worlds I found. I have some quests in this area, but it won't really tell me what. Let's go down and talk to that friendly Casbalica ship. I'm getting kind of low on Navigator's Insight, so I'm only willing to spend 1 on this trip. Just 1 to make it slightly less unsafe, and then we travel here. The warp jump was a success, but the Voxmaster reported the following incident. Beautiful blossoming vines had covered the deck and bulkheads in loading bay 6. 2 workers had bent down to take a better look at the flowers, and the vines had devoured their faces before strangling them. The bay was then sealed and purged. So completely normal warp phenomenon. Alright, let's see if the ship is here. Yep. Wait, drifting void ship. Now that's not the one I'm looking for, I think. Let's put J out, Elliot, and take in Heinrichs and Cassia. Actually, let's leave Cassia as well. Just take Heinrichs and Argenta. I think I've already done this ship. But if there's some indicator of that, then I missed it. Yeah, this is where I fought the Forge Fiend, I think. We're done here. Alright. Well, let's not spend a whole lot of time running around in here. Nothing's dangerous about random things from the warp. No! The warp is your friend! Yet another world is burning before your eyes. It's covered in gushers, belching forth clouds of incendiary gas, feeding a massive conflagration enveloping the planet. Thousands of years ago, a single flash of lightning or some other spark launched a chain reaction that transformed the world into a blistering inferno. How is the bear this evening? I am pretty well. I chickened out and didn't go to the gym today, mainly because I'll be walking tomorrow, so I didn't want to do leg day today. So that is the one downside, is I really need to get back in the gym. So Friday is going to be leg day, I think. I don't really have anything lined up for Friday other than going to the gym and prepping for my D&D session Saturday. But yeah, other than that, I'm good. Now that you know what to look for, your augurs easily locate traces of the mysterious underground constructions. Alright, let's examine the constructions and the discovered artifacts using the knowledge you collected earlier. Succeeded. The meticulous work of the tech priests and archivists is taking forever. Even your astropathic choirmaster joins the effort, spending long hours in a trance and relaying messages to those who can help. But when the result comes, it is astounding. Leg day has some of the most day after pain potential. Yeah, definitely for me. I with any workout, but especially with leg day, I don't feel it so much on the same day, but then the day after and the day after that, the DOMs really kick in hard. For some reason, especially in my calves, even though the calves are probably... I do work them out, but they're the part of my leg that I work out the least on a leg day. And yet they just get absolutely blasted just from 5 sets. Hey, Gaming, welcome! It is going quite well. We were just talking about me needing to get back in the gym, but that probably won't happen until Friday. How about you? How are you doing? How's the chest? Manageable, I hope? It looks like the builders from the Flame used hereditary bacterial structures to record information. The artifacts you discovered on the Burning Worlds contain colonies of bacteria whose genes carried the message of these Xenos across generations. The language, however, bears a passing resemblance to some of the ancient samples already available to your scientists. They managed to make a crude translation of some of these records. Just about manageable? Yeah. I'm sorry that just about manageable is about as good as you can hope for. Are you gonna start getting those injections soon? Gaming? Hopefully? Hey, Fragmotor, welcome! That was a pretty good dungeon, especially considering you were only level 1. Congratulations on 1,300 gold crowns. They revealed that the builders from the Flame were not originally colonizing the Burning Worlds. Their homeland was not a planet, but a star. It is hard to imagine what the creatures that evolved in the burning ocean of a faraway sun may have looked like, but one day their peaceful existence came to an end. The records contain a chilling legend about some cosmic horror that arrived and devoured the sun that the builders called home. Fearing the monster, they fled and no longer dared to settle on stars. So that could be the Drukhari stealing their suns. It could also, if it's truly ancient, be a Catan. No idea. Probably need to call them just to make sure you've not been... Yeah. It's annoying that you have to, but it's probably a good idea to keep following up on it. If you make yourself enough of a pain in the ass, they might just expedite you, just so they no longer have to deal with you. You never know. The builders considered the burning worlds as the most fit for habitation, yet they went extinct shortly after the Exodus, perhaps unable to adapt to the harsh realities of life outside their stellar home. Their civilization left a wealth of unique technologies and heat-resistant materials, and now this treasure belongs to the von Valancius dynasty. Some ceramite plating, some diamantine armor plating, some plastic crystal cores, and 3 profit factor. Lovely. Very lovely. Not what we were here for, but very lovely. What's our profit factor at now? 72. Holy shit. We are fucking stonked. Let's head over here. Oh, we don't have a route. Oh, but we can chart here. Let's chart here, see what we get. Got exactly what we wanted. Alright, let's just go. That night, the Lord Captain and some of her crew were awakened by beautiful music. The sound seemed to caress their very minds until they realized that the source was their own bodies. We've had this one before. While their teeth were chattering out a staccato, their tendons were being plucked like strings by unseen hands, and invisible breaths flowed through their bones, turning them into mournful flutes. The illusion ended, but for a long time afterward, every movement made their hearts stutter in fear. Was the orchestra about to strike up once more? Where is this friendly Casbalica ship? I'm guessing it should be here. Yeah, that's going to be the Casbalica ship. Upon your approach, the Scarlet Pursuer sends out a hearty greeting. Captain Demir Shani wishes good health upon you and your entire dynasty, and asks if you might have any up-to-date information on Burning Worlds. I will share the information I have. With effusive gratitude, the ship sends out a shuttle with the promised reward. 500 faction rep and 5 empty soul traps, so that's 75% of the cargo. Pretty good! And then we move on. Alright, so what do we have up here? It doesn't say. Ooh, chart. Someone told me I should chart whenever I get the chance, because it gives me more insight even if I don't get anything else out of it. Kibdelos! Good evening and welcome! I post the link so you can open the page I made for the minigame. Exclamation mark warband info. One word. Fragmotor. That mustache beard combo would be at home in the 40k universe? Thank you! I can only take that as a compliment. Oh, the ship took damage. The officers on one of the lower decks stopped providing status reports. 3 days had passed since the Vox system broadcasted. I'm not sure about the conjugation on that. Anything other than subdued moans and wet slapping noises. Oh my god, they put a mic in my bedroom. An enforcer squad sent to investigate reported that the denizens of the lower levels had regressed to animals and succumbed to depravity. The connection with the squad was shortly lost. The High Missionary of the Adeptus Ministorum became flush with fury and condemned these as designs of the arch-enemy. The hotbed of heresy was cleansed with fire and prayer. Okay, so I guess repairs are in order. 17 scrap! How dare you, game? Oh, but we got a level up at some point that I didn't claim. Alright, each attack craft and torpedo. That's pretty good. We don't want ram. Repairing is cheaper. Ooh, sanctified restart. I think I want sanctified restart. Let's see what else we can get. Don't really care about that. Steady hand. Take it all. Ooh, I want that. Focused efforts. Don't care about that. Don't care about shallow jump. Alright, we will be taking Take It All and Sanctified Restart. Thank you for checking in and joining the party, Frag Motor. Alright. Not really sure what's going on up here. That's where Foulstone is. How are my colonies doing? Foulstone is waiting for a project. We don't have a lot of options. We only have Touched by Holiness. So let's see. That would cost us 3 profit factor. But we would gain 2 efficiency, some rep with the Drusians, and more importantly, the Shield of Faith feature, which gives us 30% extra shield on the prow. Now, 3 profit factor is not as much as it used to be, because we have 72 right now, so I feel like I can afford this. So I think we're gonna do this. That's the one where we, where we fund basically a bureaucratic war in order to get a hold of some relics. There we go. Janus. Gave us some more medkits. Don't think there's anything here other than Secrets of the Winter Scale. I kind of don't want to do that because I don't want to lose 1 security across my entire protectorate. So we're not gonna do that. Dagonis. Lord Captain, there has been a tragedy on Dagonis. Governor Drivistem has been dedicating most of his time to restoring the astropathic choir lost to the warp storms. But the psychers he assembled were struck by an unknown affliction. They heard something, and it cast them into madness. The astropaths lost sleep, started clawing at their skin to the flesh, and muttering gibberish, and eventually went completely berserk. They had to be eliminated, and now only a few of the more resilient astropaths are upholding the connection to Dagonis. But how long will they last? Don't think you ever had more than 40 or 50 in your run, so I guess I'm being maybe a little too tight-fisted with my spending. Like most of you playing this game, towards the end game you accidentally stacked a load of effects you didn't remember or work out, which led to you having a profit factor of almost 250. Wow. I don't know if I'll ever get that high. Okay, let's see what my options are. What is the cause of this affliction? Who knows? The schemes of heretics from the cult of the Final Dawn, the treacherous magic of the Xenos, perhaps it was a planned diversion, or perhaps merely a stray echo in the Immaterium. Okay, I can lose 1 efficiency. Hire them, which will cost me probably a profit factor, yeah. Hire unsanctioned psychers. Yeah, we're not gonna do this. Smite the heretics! Eliminator, welcome, good to see you. Hail and well met. Ooh, that was an expensive pillage. 4 swordsmen. I think we're just gonna... No, let's ask my advisors. That's always entertaining. Astropaths are among the most finely trained servants in the Imperium who have beheld the light of the Emperor himself and gained a special bond with our master. I strongly advise the rogue trader to recruit only sanctioned psychers who are capable of keeping their talents in check. If there are not enough, the Inquisition will assist you in locating and acquiring more. Pretty sure your ISP has hired unsanctioned psychers for your internet connection. That's the issue! That's why you've been having problems. Because they've cheaped out and only hired unsanctioned psychers. Your ladyship, Lady Theodora, not only had enemies in the Expanse, but friends as well. Those whom she helped out, rescued and saved. I think these people can offer a helping hand. Among them are several powerful planetary rulers who possess both astropaths and a deep respect for your family name. There are a lot of psychers on my home planet Lyra, Lord Captain. Do you know why? There we are not despised, persecuted, or enslaved on the black ships. This sounds dangerously close to heresy, Idira. There we are sheltered from raids, educated and respected. Of course, it's all done in secrecy from outsiders, but I can suggest which rulers to contact. Maybe the Von Valancius family name will be enough to make a deal and obtain a better trained group of astropaths than some criminal rabble. Okay, Witch Collector, Disciple of the Damned, or Psychic Ward? I think we're gonna go with Abelard on this one. Abelard, it's time to reach out to Theodora's old friends. It will be done. I wonder how many of them are still alive. A ship carrying 24 astropaths soon arrived on Dagonis. They descended to the surface, covered head to toe in protective amulets as if going to war. The news of the tragedy that had befallen the previous choir had quickly spread throughout the Expanse. Each of them conveyed words of amity from rulers who had sent them, and each asked permission to visit the family crypt to pay tribute to Lady Theodora. There has been no recurrence of this disastrous astropathic madness, but the new astropaths have all reported hearing strange whispers ever since their first day on the planet. Suspicious. What projects do we have available? We have a few. So, hallucinatory chem thermae. That would give us profit factor and make us more heretical. That seems good. Sordid goods. Convicts will be secretly resold to the pirates of the Coronis Expanse. That seems really good. And Doctrine of Rationality. According to the new doctrine, the disenfranchised will be servitorized or disposed of through hazardous work. More efficiency, complacency, and security? But it cost us a mechanism, a plasteel, and 2 people. I mean, we can afford that. I think I want to do both of these, if not all 3. Let's start with sordid goods. Let's sell off some convicts. Finally, Veabos. We've completed Lair in the Void, gave us some profit factor. What was Lair in the Void? Oh yeah, we turned the abandoned station into a pirate den. Right. So we can do Envirodome or Ergonomics. We can do Holy Servitude. We can do Dreamless. That's pretty good. Holy Servitude. Convert. Use convicts as pilgrims. That seems pretty good. These seem like the most key ones, though. Envirodome. Will fit far more workers. Costs us phlogiston. How much do we have of that? We have 9, so that's fine. A mechanism and an adamantine. So I can afford this. And it gives me protection against poison, which will help with Drukhari. And it gives me complacency and security. This one... individual parts and tranquilizers for the convicts. Takes off my chemicals and my plasteel. Gives me profit factor and efficiency. I actually feel I like the rewards of ergonomics a little more because I really like that profit factor, but I think this one fits better. So we are going to build an envirodome to protect our forced laborers. Then we're gonna head up here. Orcus anomaly. The enforcers from different decks of the Von Valancius vessel report a terrifying sight. The skin of some crew members has become translucent, revealing knots of muscle and blood vessels beneath. Worse yet, small spider-like insects were seen scurrying inside of them, snow white and sparkling like ice. The transformed could not see this phenomenon in themselves or anyone else, only occasionally complaining about a prickly feeling in their extremities. Some were branded mutants and killed. The survivors reverted back after the vessel emerged into real space. Well, that was gross. I like it. I'm gonna visit the system. I want to see if I already checked out this burning world. This burning world looks different from the rest. There are little islands of blue amidst the boundless ocean of crimson and gold, places where natural gases tint the fire a different color. Now that you know what to look for, your augurs easily locate traces of the mysterious underground constructions. Yeah, but I guess I already found enough to get the reward, so I guess that's not so exciting anymore. Alright. So there's something here, but it's not telling me what. Eye of the Magnetic Storm. What is Eye of the Magnetic Storm? Let me just see here. Here we go, Eye of the Magnetic Storm. The Rogue Trader's augurs cannot pierce through the magnetic storm raging above the planet. Only truly powerful sacred technology. Okay. So that is something I need better sensors to deal with. So I can't do that right now. So I think what I want to do is I want to go... what does that say? System Speculo. And see if I can get a course here. Chart new routes. Take me to Frozen Prince, please. No. It won't. Okay. Well, I can force it. It's gonna cost me like 5, but I think that's worth it, so we're gonna do that. And there we go. And then we travel to Frozen Prince. A scheduled service in the ship's chapel was interrupted in the most profane manner. The images of saints and martyrs depicted on the altarpiece started to move and stepped down from the canvas. The congregation was filled with terror, and dozens perished in the stampede. The illusion disappeared on its own, but it claimed several priests and altar attendants. It is said their frenzied shrieks can still be heard echoing under the vaults of the chapel during prayer. Did I not have like 70 navigation points? No, I think I had 15 when I had the most. Start by charting new routes. See what we're working with. Can work with that. Right, visit Frozen Prince. See what we're working with. Four planets, nothing else. Right, do them one by one. How many extractoriums do I have? I only have 2. That's 5 Promethean, though. I'm not gonna use an extractium on that, but I will try to make a mental note that we have an ice world with 5 Prometheum if we really need it at some point. Planetoid, what do we got here? Nothing, probably. A little bit of plasteel, leave that alone. Another planetoid. Another little bit of plasteel. And finally, I think that's a gas giant. It's definitely a gas giant. With nothing. Alright. Moving right along. Heading to Emperor's Palm. Let me just improve this by 1. Travel here. A mysterious sickness struck the clan living in one of the macro cannon chambers. The disease quickly spread, causing the afflicted to writhe with unbearable stomach cramps and expire after several days of agony. Before the officers could react, the neighboring clans took the issue into their own hands and flooded the chamber with carbon monoxide. The macro cannon was put back into service, and the vigilantes were punished for subjecting the rogue trader's servants to mob justice. Short new routes. I would like it if I could get both. I got none. That is a problem. That is going to be a problem. Those good initiative taking abilities. Yeah, I agree. I honestly agree with their choice. Unknown ships. Some planets. Let's save and let's just check these unknown ships. I'm assuming Drukhari raiders. The rogue trader's void ship is facing several Eldari scout ships. The Xenos are in no hurry to attack, and time seems to have slowed down. One wrong move, and carnage will ensue. This probably requires... Oh, this requires I have torpedoes. I can pay them off. I can flee. I can attack. I can't... Oh, I can attack. I will ask Iliot to help with the negotiations, because I am very good at this. When in doubt, vent them out. Yeah. Iliot's speech is met with a torrent of Eldari abuse that is too much for even the rogue trader's elucidator. The Xenos accuse her of betraying her kind by conspiring with the Monkey and unceremoniously cut the connection, yet their ships are no longer blocking the way. We should get some good news for once. Little Timmy fell into a well. Luckily it was anti-gravity and filled with ice cream cakes. Enough for everyone. Here's the thing, Zelaminator. Would you trust ice cream cakes that suddenly mysteriously appeared while you were traveling through the warp? Because you probably shouldn't. Tiniest little bit of plasteel. What did you say? A celestial body holds zero interest as an object of study. We can continue onwards, Lord Captain. Let's do that then. Tiny little bit of plasteel. Is that a frozen world? Ash world. And
reactor online.
Hey, Juggernaut!
Online.
Welcome.
Weapons online.
Euphrates
All systems
2.
nominal.
This is the Forge World Euphrates II. It belongs to the explorators of the Cognizance fleet. They colonized it centuries ago. Unfortunately, we do not possess the privilege of landing here. Why can I not go down to the surface of this planet? This world is declared off-limits to the laity due to the sacred rites of the Adeptus Mechanicus being performed on its surface. I am afraid this restriction applies even to your ladyship. What kind of secrets are they hiding? Rumors say the servants of the Omnissiah are calculating the formula of ultimate destruction in the secluded tech crypts of this world, seeking to confine it to a rigid system of previously unseen weapon primers. Others whisper that the local denizens have dedicated their lives to the restoration of a ruined divine weapon from the dark age of technology, whose power and technological perfection are so holy that a mere glance from a layman would be an affront to the Omnissiah. Well, let's not disturb the tech priests. Get ready to depart. So that means I have to force a route. And I think I want to force a route to Nolla Septum and then hope I can chart to ideally both Cranach and Tenebris Aquae. Chart new routes. See what we get. Please give me something. Yes, that's what I was hoping for. Good. Good, good. So what's in Nolla Septum? 3 planets and that's it? Alrighty. Let's see if any of these hold anything interesting. 7 Promethium. Very nice. Looks like a hive world. Sentiel's Pride. A hive world. There's a hive city. Can we land? The Sentiel's Pride hives are oozing noxious haze veined with sulfurous streaks. The Promethean fumes from the gigantic distilling cauldrons located beyond the temperature shields. Vast, endless deadlands littered with spots of promethium stations and refineries separate the colossi of Rockcrete and Adamantine with its crown of gargantuan spires. The heat of this system's star has turned this world into a boiling but lucrative gland within the body of the House Corda Protectorate. It's hard to tell what's more impressive, the grotesque grandeur of this place or its extreme toxicity. Got to jump in, have a great... Alright, R-Gaming, thanks for lurking, have a great stream. Let's just get you a shout out on the way out here. But why is this in the House Corda Protectorate? I thought this was my territory, how dare they? Got a little bit of adamantine. Check out Tenebris Aquae first. Ooh. The vessel's confessors report discontent among their flock. During the traditional sermon before departure, a ritual chandelier's 100 candles were snuffed out at once. The missionaries attribute this incident to an open ventilation shaft, but the Voidsmen noticed it and are whispering about an ill omen, fearing the woes that may soon come. Alright, well, let us take the time to sanctify all chambers of the Void Ship one more time. The holy procession, in full accordance with Ecclesiarchy's liturgical canon, rekindled the faith in the Voidsmen's hearts and renewed their belief in the God Emperor's benevolent power. The whispers subsided, and the crew is ready to face the potential dangers with courage and fervor. Damn right. Now, Ideally, this will have a route up to Adermat 2. Yes. Oh, lovely. Alright. Now we visit. Got some unknown ships. Got a space battle. And a Hulk! Oh, this is an interesting system. Let's save. Let's see about intervening here. A violent battle is unfolding before the rogue trader's eyes. Patrol ships from the Quarter Fleet are tearing apart 2 small Eldari vessels. Once they are finished with them, the Void ships give chase after the 3rd, already damaged vessel, clearly with the intention of destroying it as well. Seeing the last ship's impending death, Iliad calls out to the Lord Captain, her voice trembling slightly. Only the rogue trader's intervention can save her kin from the massacre. Alright, I don't like ordering. I wish I could request them to stop the battle. The Voxmaster relays the Lord Captain's demand to stop the battle, and soon returns with a reply. According to the Quarter ships, this group of Xenos are malicious criminals. They are guilty of raiding the system's planets and robbing merchant vessels. Incendia Quarter's Void ships are intent on performing their duty before the Emperor and exterminating the Xenos. Iliad sullenly watches the unfolding chase through the stained glass windows of the captain's bridge. She grimly concedes that no crime should go unpunished. Except her kin were flying transport ships. It would have been impossible for them to rob a ship, let alone launch a planetary raid. Vessels such as theirs simply lack the firepower to do so. The Monkey are lying. Okay. Let's analyze the intact Xeno ship. Despite the presence of some weaponry, the Xeno ship is more likely meant for transporting cargo or the Xenos themselves rather than direct combat. Right, I will ask them for proof. The patrol's captain reluctantly admits that there is no conclusive proof. The system is sometimes the target of pirate raids. However, this changes nothing. His servants have no mercy for the enemies of humanity. Right, I'm gonna try threatening them. Demand Quarter's warships cease fire immediately. Unwilling to engage in open battle against the flagship of a foreign dynasty, the patrol reluctantly leaves its prey and retreats to the edge of the system. Meanwhile, the wounded Xenoship is rapidly distancing itself from the recent battlefield, attempting to hide in the shadow of the nearest world. Every attempt to contact it is met with frustration, and the Voxmaster reports that the vessel is in deplorable condition. Who knows how much more xenotechnology can endure before the irreparable happens. The Eldari are too scared and resentful of the Monkey for the recent deaths of their kin to answer incoming hails. Despite this, Iliad is certain that she can convince them to cooperate with the Elantak if she is allowed to speak with them. Unfortunately, she sucks at persuasion. But let her speak with her kin. Iliad appeals to her kin's wisdom, but the words of the outcast cannot make them trust Monkey. The pain of loss fills the Eldari hearts. Only recently did the humans destroy 2 vessels of the children of Asurian, and now they offer aid. Worse, they offer aid through the mouth of their captive sister. No, the Eldari will not fall for this trick. Trying to outpace the pursuit of the next Monkey vessel, the Eldari overload their void ship's drives. One of the damaged engines is unable to bear the strain. Before the eyes of 100 officers, the Xeno ship flashes a fiery light blue through the stained glass window as thousands of tiny shards disperse across the system. The bridge officers openly rejoice, offering prayers to the Emperor. Today the expanse is cleansed of more filth, the enemies of humanity. What is this, if not his providence? And only the thin figure of the Eldari stands motionless against the backdrop of the intricate stained glass windows, mourning the fallen in solemn silence. Once the pain in Iliad's soul is numbed, she turns to the Lord Captain and nods, a short gesture of gratitude for their attempt to save those who could hardly be saved. Sometime after, Iliad comes to the Lord Captain, haggard but still holding on to hope. She says that she came aboard the monkey vessel and set off into the darkness in the hopes of finding her kin, but found only corpses slaughtered by humanity's hatred. And though she and the Lord Captain were not always in agreement, the Elantak still tried to lend a helping hand. In gratitude, as she promised, she shares the coordinates of her kin's cache. Eldari cache? Chains cache can be found in the Last Chance of Cyrene. Okay, we'll have to check that. However, we are not done here. But I think that went about as well as could be expected. I mean, I could save scum it until I hit that 10% chance, but that's just not my style. Ooh, what have we here? The mirror? I didn't know a British newspaper was going to show up in this game. This planet is devoid of even the most primitive forms of life. However, the crew has made a quite strange discovery. A mirror lying right in the center of a huge crater. A completely ordinary mirror in a frame by all appearances, in pristine condition. I think taking it aboard the ship is a very bad idea. But that's what we're going to do, because it might be fun. The mirror now hangs on the wall in one of the compartments. It looks completely normal. However, only an hour after its arrival, the Voxmaster reports that the shuttle crew that delivered the mirror has disappeared. Here we go. The people who hung the mirror have also disappeared. Even the enforcer who wandered into the compartment by mistake and stopped to fix his new non-regulation cravat has vanished without a trace. Alright, dispatch a group of servitors to smash the mirror. The team sent to destroy the mirror stopped responding the moment they entered the compartment. Alright, let's send in a team with righteous prayers on their lips. Also not. Let's wait. About 3 watches after the shuttle crew's disappearance, strange squelching and snapping sounds are heard coming from the mirror compartment, accompanied by a putrid odor. Right, get rid of the mirror by any means necessary. This time, the sinister mirror does not cause any trouble. Servitors drag it to the disposal chute where they jettison it. Augurs track the mirror on its flight, indicating that it is still leaking biomatter. However, all strange incidents on the ship have ended and the crew can now continue their journey. Cool. What do we have here? Oh, flying straight into combat? Not even any kind of a conversation or anything? Alright, what do I have to contend with?
Stay, Glato. This fight is not for you.
Sigil class destroyer. Ow. Talon Syrinx frigate. What even are these? Means the dog was prepared to enter space combat. I mean, do you have the slightest doubt that Glyto was ready to jump out into space and tear up some throats? Glato, don't fuck around. Let's start got the Sunhammer Lance Battery. Didn't do much. Then the God's Bane Lance.
This one's going down.
Didn't do all that much either. We'll go here because then
The time has come.
do this.
Another salvo.
And then we launch fighters.
Annihilate.
And turn. And then fighters. Go here. Finish the frigate.
Under the weight of the legs.
And then come around. Glider to make a mess, Abelard to clean it up. Okay, my Salt Class frigate is taking a bit of a pounding. But it's also giving as good as it gets, it seems. Won't be able to do anything this turn. Okay, so I am definitely going to go new heading.
Lay in the course.
Oh, hello.
Bleed them.
Oh, that missed? How dare you?
Fire the large batteries.
Scrap. Dwarf plate. What are they? Void Drakari. So that was like 2 full Void Drakari trophies, cargo. Nice. Check out this. Just a planetoid. That means it's probably not going to have anything interesting. Oh, actually, I should save. I'm gonna check out the Hulk last. Smash! Not that kind of Hulk. Mining worlds supply the Imperium until the last vein is depleted. Then the Administratum reviews the planet's status and assigns a new type of tribute. Even rubble, waste rock will do. Collection of the tithe never ends. Alright, Solomon Anthar. A vigilant member of the Augur crew has detected a small Xenos vessel drifting through the void. The ship is unpowered and shows no sign of being crewed. Well, let's send out a boarding shuttle. The squad boarded the vessel without issue. Corrosion has laid waste to the ship's systems, which led to the death of the entire crew. The interior is full of Eldari corpses. No weapons were found on board, and the dead Xenos, judging by their clothing, were not part of any warrior caste, merely the crew of the now defunct ship. The Xenos Iliad claims to have recognized the symbols on the dead Eldari's clothes. They were civilian refugees from Craftworld Krudarak. Alright. Save again. And now I think it is finally time that we go to Cranach and try to liberate Kiava Gamma. However, because I don't have a lot of Navigator's insight, I am going to take a detour through Nolla Septum, just so I don't have to jump through Orange. Oh no! Emergency on board! A foul warp entity has pierced the thin veil of the Gellerfield. Spawned unimaginable beasts of unnatural hues. That sounds Zinchian. Right, we have ads about to start, so we are going to personally deal with this warp incursion after the ad break. Let's take this as a team to kill demons. And there we go. Alright, I'm just gonna go use the bathroom, stretch my legs. I will be right back. Alright, we are back. And yes, Jägernaut, I have a few tracks from the Doom 1 and Doom 2 soundtrack, specifically the re-recordings by Andrew Holschult that I use as break screen music. Let's kill a demon! Formation. Do this and we're good. Okay, so we have a pink aura, blue, another pink, another pink. So 3 pinks and a blue. Yeah, 4 enemies. Alright. So, Abelard. I want you to take a point up here. Put Pascal up there. Put Solomon here. Put Glyto here. Magenta. That's not what I clicked. I clicked here. There we go. Cassia, I'll put you up here. Along with Pascal, and then Teophania. I guess I'll put her up here as well. Alright, start the battle. Need to move so I'm not bunched up. But the fact that it just made this huge area of damaging terrain kind of fucked me on deployment. But oh well, that's just one of the challenges we have to overcome. Alright, Solomon. Move here. And we can... I can't quite shotgun blast all of them. Move here. No, I still can't get all of them, unfortunately. So let's move here. Let's activate advanced tracking. Let's command Glyto to run. Because if we don't have Glyto apprehend this one... There we go. I was hoping it would damage these two as it passed by, because that's what run is supposed to do. Oh, only when it moves. No, on all adjacent enemies it passes. Do these guys have... They do. Okay, so it just inflicted 7 levels of bleeding by passing through these assholes. Good. Then we... How much fury do we have? We already have 2 fury. So I could get... I guess we'll do that. We'll activate Torrent of Fury, because my dog got hurt. We'll activate Concentrated Fire. And then we will Grisly Adjudication. Like so. Oh, I missed that one. Oh, that's a shame. That was a little disappointing, but oh well, I'll take it. I'm gonna go up and slap him now. That's not gonna go well for you. Alright, Teophania. What is this? Finish the job. Apply to enemies which are attacked by allies, but not less than 50% of the wounds remaining. So if I move here...
I shall not fear.
And then finish the job on this guy, giving me a free attack. Then I think for this one, Pascal will be the one to serve me. Voice of command on Pascal. Bring it down on Pascal. Pascal has 3. It's going to mark this as prey. He is going to put a trap under it. Then he is going to call the bolt, I think. A piercing shot. I think piercing shot. And then just a normal plasma shot, which is then a guaranteed crit. And then because he has 1 left, perfect position. And then she has enough left for a single shot to finish off this blue horror, hopefully. There we go. Right turn, magenta. Okay, I'm gonna be a little bold here. I'm gonna move here. Then I'm going to dash up here. Then I'm going to mark you as prey. Then I am going to call the bold. I am going to piercing shot. I am going to controlled shot. can't get both of them. Oh well.
As the Emperor commands, it's why I was chosen.
Doesn't quite kill it, unfortunately. Alright, Cassia. Can I move my skull to like here?
Neither of us has to fight alone anymore.
I can. So then I voice of command on the skull.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
And then I bring it down
If
toward
I may.
Abelard. And then I think Abelard should be able to charge this thing. Yes.
Victory is imminent. Grey hair, sure hair. Lesson learned.
And
It will be done.
impact. Turn and then Solomon. Just going to double buckshot this thing.
Glato, we're undertaking this task.
Fight that. And then with my shotgun blast, finish off this one. That missed again. I don't know. It says I should be able to hit it, but it doesn't hit it. Something's wonky there. Alright. Cassia has 2 left. She's not in a good position for gaze. She could mend reality. That might actually be a good idea. Just going to glimpse of fate on Pascal and just do a regular shot.
Isn't this a job for the keep you gasping in crimson?
I think that might have been a crit as well. Then Pascal is up. Pascal, let's see, this has 55 left. How much will that do? Potentially enough. So what we're gonna do is we piercing shot, and then that should definitely be enough to kill, because it's a guaranteed crit. How did that miss? The next attack that hits a target... Oh, it's not a guaranteed hit. I misread that. Okay, that's my bad. Well, that's annoying. In that case... We analyze... And we machine spirit communion down here. To boost them. Now Abelard.
Indeed.
Kill once we factor in the shield bash. No shield bash? I no shield bash.
I will do my duty.
Sure.
Victory is imminent.
Defensive stance and also stalwart defense against this thing.
Make business. Nothing matters more.
And then it dies to the bleeding. I think we're fine. Can I move all the way to here?
Another scar for my collection.
NATO gets hit, but so do 3 enemies, so I think that's worth it. I could move Glyto out of the way.
Let's test our skills, Glato. One of us would be enough.
There we go. And then we concentrated fire. And then we grisly adjudication, like so. That was good. Oh yeah, I have to remember that heroic acts are also a thing. Teophania. It's going to inspire Pascal. It's going to bring it down on Pascal. Then Pascal is going to finish off this thing. And then analyze. Yeah. Wait, I have 2 left. Analyze the nearest one and joint analysis. And then back to her, where she is going to press the advantage. Shoot this thing, and then before her turn ends, she will assign it as objective for someone else to kill. And turn.
Reduced to dust.
Don't slap my dog, bitch. Dash 1 space back. Mark you as prey. Then we do
I'll do it.
piercing shot,
As
and
the
call
Emperor
the bold.
commands, I act.
And then a single shot here.
Doubt is for the weak.
There we go.
I'll do it.
Run and gun.
As
For
the
that
Emperor
furious
commands,
recital.
I act.
And Glyto can soak it. Oh, especially since you can't hit shit. Oh well. Turn. Cassia. I think Cassia is just going to. You know what? Cassia
Emperor, give me
is going to
strength.
move up here to the front so she can lidless stare these 2 fuckers.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
There we go. And then Waking Nightmare on these 2. And Mend Reality. And just for good measure,
My commands are
activate
followed
Medicaid
without
Signal.
hesitation.
Now Pascal is gonna walk up here, because then this should hit them both, killing one, wounding the other. Then we pop out the toxic needle, and then I think the toxin is going to be enough to kill it. Mark it as prey, might as well, and might as well analyze it for no good reason, and might as well joint analysis.
Orders supersede pain.
Alright, Solomon. Gonna move here.
Into position.
That eats an opportunity attack, that's fine. Because what it also does is allows me to go concentrated fire, and then grisly adjudication, like so. And this terrain blocks Abelard so he doesn't get hit. So that is just perfect. Poison will kill this non-biological creature without any kind of blood flow or cells. I mean, yes, but also you don't know how much of a biology the demon approximated when it took physical form. And then we can use Glyto. If I do run and then apprehend this one, then this will get bleed, this will get killed, and then this will die to the bleeding.
Glato, we're undertaking this task.
So run, Glato,
Let's test our
apprehend,
skills, Glato.
killing it, and turn. Teophania. Teophania can't do anything from here.
Target eliminated.
There we go. Target eliminated. Easy peasy. Alright, get out of here. Okay, so this is a big deal. This is the industrial world of my protectorate, and it might have fallen to chaos. So this is like some major story shit we're getting into. But first, it was discovered that one of the smaller vats in Engine Hall 5, which should have been filled with wastewater, instead contained a liquid that looked like blood. This incident was deemed not to be of serious concern, and everything went back to normal as soon as the ship returned to real space. I'm just gonna... Oh. Lord Captain, according to telemetry, we are in the system of Kiava Gamma, the main industrial world of the Von Valancius dynasty. However, our astropaths report that attempts to contact Governor Gaprak have been unsuccessful. But wait, the Voxmaster is silent for a few seconds. Lord Captain, a new report. Kiava Gamma is sending a request to exchange data. Should we accept it? Absolutely. As you command, Lord Captain. The Voxmaster's ship switches to a nearby comm channel to relay your instructions to the crew. For several minutes, nothing happens. Suddenly, a deafening screech erupts from the bridge's Vox system. You hear violent tirades of garbled binary code like the low chuckles of machinery. Lord Captain, interference detected in the compartment's Vox system. Looks like the bridge is cut off from the rest of the void ship. Oh no. Coronis Expanse, Cinerus Maleficum, location, Cranach. Yeah, it's kind of wild that what can be accepted as just everyday stuff when you're traveling in the warp. I think a big thing here is that it was a wastewater receptacle. If it had been drinking water, it would probably have been a greater cause for concern. Start of picked recording. The void ship's bridge. Sound of working cogitators and officers' footsteps. The everyday scene is interrupted by an ear-splitting beeping sound followed by lumens going out. In the dim glow of candles and emergency lights, one of the officers in frame cries out. Another falls to her knees, clutching her head. Over the beeping of voxes, shouts can only just be heard. What's going on? The doors are locked. We've lost all contact with all compartments. Let's decipher the incoming vox transmissions. Proceed. A team of decryption experts get to work. Data tethers are inserted into sockets as they connect to the cogitators. One of the Vox clerics leans over the console, another is writing something onto a piece of parchment. But then she bursts into maniacal laughter and stabs herself in the eye with a steel quill. Another scream. A tech priest who was mid-prayer tears himself to pieces with his own mechadendrites. More and more lunatics are mutilating themselves and lunging at others. Portion of picked recording damaged after contact with unknown object. An enforcer shoves a rabid servitor away from the Lord Captain as she... rushes to help the crew, shouting out orders. The image on the pict is fuzzy, nothing but glimpses of people, shouting, racket, and the Lord Captain's orders. Within minutes, the crazed crew members are either dead or bound and unconscious. The officers clustered around the Lord Captain are barely breathing, but unharmed. Scrap code. The voice begins to the on-deck engine seer. The voice belongs to the on-deck engine seer, who has turned to the Lord Captain from his station. We have been attacked with scrap code, a tech heresy designed to corrupt machines. The transmission received from the planet was infected with this taint, and it is now running through the ship's veins. Omnissiah preserve us. The Voidborn officer appears before the Lord Captain once more. Whatever it is that's attacking us, we have backup procedure that can circumvent the Vox barrier. In the atrium leading to the bridge, there's a terminal for an isolated system that might still be enough. A loud pop. The pipes over the officers' heads burst, and a blast of hot air flings the Voidborn away from the Lord Captain, his body slamming straight through a cogitator panel. The picked frame spins uncontrollably. The servant's skull was jolted by the gust. The picked recorder fogs over, the Vox picking up the crackling of electricity and a death cry. "Gas on the bridge!" a junior attendant shouts and instantly doubles over, inhaling the poisoned air. The rogue trader gives the order to evacuate immediately. The rogue trader personally oversees the evacuation. "Bring the plasma cutters! Get the wounded to the exit!" The officers repeat her order. When the servo skull following the rogue trader reaches the door, they fall to the plasma cutters and crumble outward. The rogue trader is the last to leave the bridge. Leaning on a support beam, the rogue trader takes several deep breaths, trying to flush her lungs with air. Then she straightens, smooths her uniform, and heads toward a goal known only to her. The servo skull follows. The atrium is in a state of panic. Silhouettes skitter about in the dark hall, illuminated only by the flickering of emergency lumens. Curt orders and someone's feverish words of prayer can be heard. Having lost all communication, the beheaded ship is writhing in agony. It takes a while for the Lord Captain to find the cogitator mentioned by the fallen officer. The panel of the isolated terminal is riddled with cracks and bloodstains, and on the floor by the terminal, a tech priest is lying in a heap with his head smashed and technical liquids mixed with blood oozing out of his ports. The Lord Captain decides to take her chances restoring the terminal. Hey, succeeded on tech use. The rogue trader rips the power key off the tech priest's mechadendrite and opens the cover on the terminal. Sparks fly into her face, but she is confident in her manipulation of the tangled wires and clanging levers. After replacing the cover and ensuring that the system is restored, the Lord Captain brings up the required data on the screen. The maintenance bay is sending out hundreds of desperate distress calls that have gone unanswered up to now. When the machines went out of control and started turning people insane, others, driven by some hateful and paranoid logic, started butchering the servants of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The tech priests have sustained heavy losses, but the remains of the cult are still holding the line. Out of everything that's happening on the ship, the situation in the maintenance bay is the direst. The Lord Captain knows where help is needed most. She decides to head to the maintenance bay herself. The rogue trader arrives not a moment too soon. The crew, frightened out of their wits, have already cornered the priests of the Omnissiah and are about to execute them. The Lord Captain stands between the angry mob and the tech priests, her sheer presence already giving the crowd pause. Harshly cutting off any objections from the crew, the rogue trader orders the officers she gathered on the way here to escort the mutineers out and set up a guard post outside the bay, where the tech priests begin to offer desperate prayers to the crippled machine spirits. Turn to the bridge. The walk to the bridge is uneventful. The crisis has passed. Although wounded and crippled, the ship nevertheless is returning to its normal operation. Life on the bridge is as bustling as ever. Excuse me. even though the people are surrounded by destruction. The senior officers have the situation under control, and the people have been organized. The emergency crew have already finished repairing the pipes, the technomats are setting up cogitators and consoles, and the healers are bagging up what few corpses there are and examining the wounded. By the comm station, the rogue trader runs into the Voxmaster. "Praise the Emperor, you're in one piece, Lord Captain. The situation on board is satisfactory. I was just in the middle of setting up comm channels. Soon all the Voxcasters will be fully operational." Another man appears in the pict frame. A junior officer, completely out of breath, carrying a heap of scrolls. The Voxmaster nods at him. "Ah, here are the reports, Lord Captain. If you find yourself able to return to your station, I can immediately give you a rundown of the state of affairs of the ship." End of pict recording. "Lord Captain," the Voxmaster's voice is quivering with exhaustion. "The situation has been brought under control, more or less. It will take some time to eliminate the consequences of the attack completely, but the vessel is capable of motion. We may even be able to conduct a warp jump if you feel we should leave the system. Allow me to bring you up to date. Fortunately, the bridge suffered only minor losses. The reports mention only a few casualties that have already been replaced. Kiava Gamma went silent after transmitting the harmful signal. I will refrain from sending enquiries to the industrial world to avoid a second attack. I am afraid we have exhausted our options for remote analysis. More information can only be obtained by closing the distance or even sending an away party to the planet's surface." The vox clicks as Heinrichs joins the channel. "The time has come to remind you about our agreement, Teophania. I must be present in your entourage during your expedition to Kiava Gamma. I am counting on your cooperation." "Oh, absolutely." "The crew is awaiting further instructions, Lord Captain." Ooh, and we have some unknown ships. I feel like this event has a lesson for all of us, especially me, to learn concerning cybersecurity. Dead Ash World. Dead Planetoid. Oh, it's a mining world. What do we have here? The dwarf planet is marked on the Von Valancia's Protectorate charts as Atel, and serves as a backup source of water for the habitable worlds of neighboring systems. Due to the abundance of bacteria proliferating in the Atel hydrosphere, the extraction of ice was stopped half a century ago. But much to your officer's surprise, the augurs detect an unidentified mining rig deep underground. Presumably, the excavation is aimed at extracting clay minerals near the planet's core, enriched with iron and other minerals and other metals. After the event, Pascal just says something about NordVPN or Surfshark. Use my code linked in the description for 30% off your first 4 months of NordVPN. Contract the Extractium's Void Station. The Extractium turns out to be Incendia Corda's latest investment, whose domain is located just within a few jumps from the Kranich system. While the world is of little value to the Von Valancius dynasty, your officers see this gesture as an attempt to test the boundaries of the newly minted rogue trader's leniency. Alright. I will keep the Extractium for myself. And since I have a Adeptus Arbitus Proctor with me, I'm going to take his advice. Proctor Anthar reports that, under the law, the extractium can be confiscated and compensation claimed through the administratum from the Corder dynasty for the illegal mining. The rogue trader gives the order to do just that. The frightened workers and the token security crew do not even attempt to resist the superior forces. The machines are delivered to the flagship's cargo hold, and shortly after, the officers plant the von Valancia's banner on the spot where the extractium used to be. Receive 3 mobile extractiums? Oh my. As soon as your people return to the flagship, you receive an astropathic response from the Administratum Ordinate. The governor of one of the nearest quarter worlds has been implicated in the illegal mining. The perpetrator will be severely punished, and compensation will be sent to the rogue trader's treasury immediately. Alright, save and go take on these unknown ships, which I fear... Use the dogmatic lawman to annoy the very dogmatic Incendia Quarter. Hey! If I have the law on my side, I might as well use it to my advantage. I think these are going to be chaos ships.
We have a job to do.
Ooh, it's not rare. It's not often I have the initiative. 5 enemies. Infidel, Iconoclast. So 3 Iconoclasts. And 2 Infidels. Okay. And what is this? Aim and firing are reduced. Conceals, making it more difficult to hit. Rogue Trader's flagship also has its speed reduced. Well, I don't like that. So I think I'm going to go around the cloud. I'm gonna move here. And the only firing I'm going to do is I'm going to launch fighters.
Unleash on.
Oh yeah, I can also launch a boarding party. Iconoclast. Let's launch a boarding party on this raider. And turn. Now the interceptors come down here. That should bring them in range of the raider. Just about. Making it shields a little bit. I think we're fine. Heartless attack! Oh, you're targeting the... Alright. Let's see...
You know, I got into hentai, like, actually...
Yo, Grim! Good to see you! How you doing?
New thing I'm just into.
How is work? I assume this is a work lurk? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I've got a paint day / nerd meetup tomorrow, and then Friday the plan is to get to the gym and get ready for D&D Saturday. So I've got a nice week lined up. Woke up, you'll be lurking soon. Yeah, figures. I hope you slept well.
Micro cannon volley!
Okay, that took care of that. If I new heading. Go here. No, that's the wrong side. It's my left side. I go all the way here. That would allow me... I'll probably have to eat the... No, I don't think I will. I'm gonna try this. It's a little daring. Is it painting for like Warhammer? Yeah. Specifically, I will be painting some mechs for Battletech. That can reach that, so these... Okay, so this goes into here. This goes into here. Then this goes into here. There we go. And then we launch another squadron of fighters. Didn't know you had space. Yeah, you do. It's really cool. It's based on the old Battlefleet Gothic tabletop game, apparently. And I really like it. Go down towards the others to like here and turn. Oh no! I lost one of my fighters! You dead. It's a good chunk of damage on you. Nice. I go here. If I go here, I'll be able to get them both. That. I go here first. Yes.
Leave them.
That'll be able to hit. That'll be able to hit.
Lay in the course. Fire the lance battery. Leave their hull strewn across the stars.
There we are.
I'll enjoy writing up this report.
9 unholy amulets and some assault scanners. Ooh, less hit chance but more crit chance. Yeah, no. I think what I have is better. And before we save, let me just repair my ship. And none of these were upgrades. Alright, save, and then we land on Kiava Gamma. Manufactorum of Kiava Gamma. Here we go. Alright, so what are we doing for a party? So Heinrichs is compulsory. I wouldn't go anywhere without Abelard or Pascal. That leaves me with 2 slots. I think I might be dealing with demons. So I want to bring Cassia. And then either Solomon or Argenta. I think Solomon. I really like Solomon. The lawman and his dog. Heinrichs frowns as his eyes sweep over the Manufactorum's dark halls. No solemn ceremony, no personal meeting with the Magi? I fear we're too late, and we won't be dealing with clandestine heretics after all. Binary areas of alarm stream out of Pascal's Vox synthesizer. In their neurotic, broken rhythm, you sense a call to arms and a warning of danger. The Cybermastiff's visor flickers continuously, as if he's trying to process an overwhelming influx of data. The dog leans forward with a slight growl, but then obediently goes still again at his master's side. You're right, Glyto. Something is definitely wrong, and we will know what very soon. Remind me, Heinrichs, what is your mission on Kiava Gamma? I assumed I would conduct an investigation and track down traces of the Cult of the Final Dawn. I believe I can discard that plan now. Both the incident with the scrap code and the manner in which we were forced to land on Kiava Gamma indicate that the situation has taken a turn for the worse. Nevertheless, I must use this opportunity and try to determine what the cult was doing on an industrial world, and what specifically interested them on a planet full of sacred machines and servants of the Omnissiah. First, we must find someone who can tell us what's been going on here. Heinrichs pauses, straining to hear something. If, that is, there's anyone left here to speak to. Any suggestions for how to proceed? To start, let's look around and find out why the arrival of the rogue trader did not elicit the usual fuss. To speak plainly, I would not count on a warm welcome at this rate. Better keep your weapon at the ready. Alright, let's go. The interrogator nods, continuing to stare into the surrounding gloom. Alright. Well, let's start by sorting out our formation. Something like this. There we go.
It's about time.
Oh, hello, corrupted servitors. There's about to be a fight, isn't it? No? The servitor before you appears as if they are performing some elaborate and confusing dance. Striking strange poses, they rock back and forth with their arms and bent at peculiar angles. Upon your approach, one of the servitors jerks and tries to turn in your direction. The rest immediately repeat the motion. The strange scene is complemented by a grating sound. Dull clicks just as the edge of your hearing, coming from an unknown source. Lotan Crawl, welcome! You're here to cause chaos? We are on a planet infested by chaos. How far am I in this game? I am pretty far. I am like 130 hours in Grimspace. This is my stream number 24 of this game. And each stream has been like 3-4 hours on average, some of them longer. This is a big boy game. Observe the servitor closest to you. Based on a cursory inspection, you conclude that the servitors were designed for precision work on an assembly line, possibly circuit production. The number of high-quality, expensive augments in their body greatly exceeds basic standards. The servitor's hand moves. It is slowly reaching towards you. Yeah, let's avoid that. Gently and swiftly, you step away from the servitor. It stretches out its hand as if trying blindly to touch you in the space that you have already left, and stills once more. It seems its brain is incapable of quickly processing changes in its surrounding. Let's see if we can find the source of the repeating clicks. Soon enough, you locate the source of the clicking. On the back of one of the servitors, a tumor oozing with murky ichor is growing straight through the augments. The relays, coated in inflamed tissue, are blocked, hence the reason for the persistent clicking. I wonder if Pascal can help us do something about that. A mutation in a servitor? Tech priests typically reject the use of flawed soft tissue for their constructs. Perhaps something has caused this aggressive growth, and quite recently. Let's see if Pascal's Medicae is enough to cut away the tumor. Without much difficulty, you cut the excess flesh from the mechanisms. The liberated relay lets out a rapid burst of clicks, then a spark flashes before your eyes, and something begins to hum deep inside the servitor's flesh. As if on cue, the servitor stops moving, lowers their arms, and turns to you. Crew 24, second lane of the Manufactorum, commencing work. State your request. The servitor addressing you is looking past you, and the voice is coming from the vox built into its throat. Deactivate. Your service is done. I think that's better than risking them attacking me later on. What do we have here? Ooh, a multi-key and some cargo. And, more importantly, a level up. So we get a talent. Got it. Press of fire. Cost effective. No. Dawn of victory. Ooh, that seems good. Unwavering motivation is. Heinrich's also a talent. Kind of want to focus on his psyker stuff. Any critical hits makes his critical damage higher. Let's take that. Abelard. Let's take Resilient Beacon, make him even tougher. Pascal. The catch effect. What's the catch effect? Penalty to armor and dodge. Until they move. Nah. This isn't great. Not have that. Critical chain. Yeah, let's take critical chain. Makes everyone better at critting when he kills something. She gets a talent and a common talent. So for talent... That's not great. It's not great. Oh, let's do Master of Time then. That seems decent. And then also... Don't really move enemies. Don't care about that. Ooh, yeah, let's do Threats and Faults. And Solomon Anthar. What's this? Yeah. Honestly, just do Armored Hide. You also get a common talent. Let's do Mob Justice. Yo, Nittler! Welcome, welcome! You are joining just as I was leaving.
Follow my lead.
We finally made it to Kiava Gamma, and something is very wrong here. Our ship was attacked with scrap code when they contacted us. I'm not ending stream, however, we're kind of at the beginning of something here, and we have ads in 3 minutes. So I'm going to take my ad break early, get the ads out of the way, go pee, and then we'll continue. So I will be right back. are back, laddies and ladies, and in between, and completely different entities. Just gonna sit here for a minute until the ad breaks end, and in the meantime, cheers everybody! I am having a wee drink.
You gotta unleash the beast with monster energy.
Cheers for that, Littler. Alright, 30 seconds till the ads end, so let's just get going. Am I missing any treasure? I am. There is treasure right here. Pascal, can you open that for me?
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
My success is irrefutable certainty.
Your mind is swathed in blue-grey smoke, Master Van Calox. A heavy color for heavy thoughts, I presume?
You are a dangerous person, Lady Orcelio. Well, all navigators are, but your abilities place you in a special category.
Yes, indeed. Okay, we got some goods. What does the map say? Nothing over here? Let's grab the loot. It's fairly linear so far. Oh! A tech priest! The lumps protruding under the tech priest's bedraggled red robe hint at the mechanisms implanted in his body. Or it hints at more of those tumors. You see a haggard and sickly face under the archaic respirator augment. A click, a clank, and a barely audible hiss. And only then the tech priest's vox finishes the word. Identification. Request denied. Pascal turns to you, his visor gleaming crimson. Registering anomalous behavior within the servant's organics and an invalid noosphere response. This unit is compromised. Let's examine the tech priest. You carefully study the robe-clad figure. A black border of necrosis spreads out from around the tech priest's implants. For some reason, his body is rejecting the true flesh. A moment later, you recognize the dominant smell in the bouquet of scents permeating the air around the tech priest. The stench of rotten meat. Glyto bares his teeth, and Solomon quickly tugs at his collar to calm him. Whatever blight has afflicted him, it's dangerous enough that it almost set off Glyto's self-defense protocols. I've only seen this happen once before. Who are you? The tech priest clicks his relay. Magus Costas of the Machine Sanctum, Tier 2-0, Identification. Where is the fabricator sensor? I will only speak with the person in charge of this manufactorum. Denied. The irregularity demands execution of Protocol 39-42 in accordance with the fabricator sensor's decree. I will not be doing anything until I meet with the fabricator sensor. Anticipated process disrupted. Execution of disposal protocol recommended. Tech priest draws his weapon, and as his robe opens, your senses are hit by a fetid wave of rot. Oh!
Take a knee and bow before
Corrupted Magus, Magus Heretic, and some volatile servitors. Volatile, I don't like that. Alright, yeah, I don't like that. Let's get as far away from these fuckers as we can. Mary. Lurking for a while. Work's been pretty busy. Finally had a second to say hi. Well, thank you for lurking, Mary. I hope,
I think Barry's a cutie. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I hope work eases up on you a little bit, so you can take a breather. Hope they're not very fast. Oh, they are way too fast. All right, Heinrichs. Honestly, I might just shoot. That they go 5 fast at least. Okay, I'm taking a chance here.
Let's see to it.
So that should then go into self-destruct. Then we do Word of the Emperor. We do Shield of the Emperor. We do Hammer of the Emperor. That's Light of the Emperor. We don't need healing right now. Enfeeble. We do Iron Arm on himself. We do Enfeeble on this guy. Oh, that was an AoE. I just enfeebled Abelarde. God damn it, I'm a fool. Oh well. And then we charge away from here and go beat up this guy. Legacy draw. And turn. Okay, they get to move before they explode. Oh, why does he move so much farther than all the others? That is some horseshit. That is horseshit. Alright. Sworn enemy. Do some damage to this corrupted Magus. Shield bash follow-up? No. I guess we just endure.
I will do my duty.
There we go. He's gonna start shooting. Okay, so I just need to go all in on blasting these guys before they run up and explode on me. So Pascal, serve me. Pascal, voice of command. Pascal, inspire.
Too easy.
And Pascal, bring it down.
Suits my purposes.
And then Pascal, put a trap here. And Pascal will do a AoE plasma there. And then Pascal will machine spirit banishment on this guy. Should kill him, which should make him explode. No, for some reason that doesn't make him explode, even though the description says if I kill them while they are doing their thing, they explode. This game doesn't seem to want to follow its own rules. Oh well. Turn. Back to her, and she will activate Press the Advantage and fire a sniper shot at this guy.
Nothing of value has been lost.
That should also... I guess maybe when it says killing something that's in the process of exploding, what it means is if they take an opportunity attack on the turn where they're going to explode, or something like that. Now Solomon will deal with this. I don't think he can. Well, maybe he can. Hold on. Torrent of Fury. He doesn't have any Fury, so there's no point in that. That is out of range, so we need to move a little bit closer.
Hold the
Here. Double slug. Which misses. That was really bad.
Understood.
Run and gun. Double slug again.
It won't take long.
That did some damage. And then
One of
activate
us
run.
would be enough.
And then have Glyto apprehend this guy. There we go. Good dog. And I think we do Firearms Mastery. Just to make sure that thing doesn't run up and explode on me.
Understood. One less.
There we go. And turn. Now Pascal is going to help deal with this guy.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
Move up here.
Behold is contrary to the
Analyze. Well, let me just check the scrap code. So he has reject the flesh 1 and 2 and embrace the machine, which means this should really hurt. Nope, only 12 damage. Oh well. That is still 12 more damage than if I hadn't done it. This with the plasma shot. Put down a trap. To turn. Cassia. Let's just gangbang this guy. Move
Neither
right
of us
here.
has to fight alone anymore. I am a navigator, not a servitor. If I may,
Inrix. Bring it down.
But of course, Lord Captain.
There we go. And just for good measure, Iron Arm, Abelard. And turn. And Abelard. We don't need to do anything. We'll just smash. And then charge. Here to get closer to the fight. Cassia's not done.
battlefields are always drowned in
Goes up
scarlet.
here and shoot this guy. A bit of damage. Then we finest hour
In the
on
name of
Abelard.
House Orcelio, I shall prevail.
Abelard walks to here. I think that's
Follow my lead.
perfect. Because that puts him in range
At your beck and call.
to charge.
Victory is imminent. An exemplary
And
strike.
then
Nothing's
make another
impossible
2
for this old
attacks.
officer.
And I think I only need one of them.
It will be done. One fewer
There we
time.
go. Alright, so before I was so rudely interrupted, I was gonna loot this, this cupboard. Or cabinet. The 16 Universal Laws, the Mysteries, a tome containing revelations of the Omnissiah, recorded in special binary dialect. Only a member of the cult Mechanicus with a key to this cipher may partake of the wisdom of the Machine God. Let's nab that. Might never come up again, might never be relevant, or it might be very relevant, who knows? A crack grenade, an Omniscient axe. I think I already have better than that. I do? A Ritobi pattern plasma pistol compared to the Ritobi pattern plasma pistol I already have. Alright, well, no harm in having a spare of those. Now everybody get on the elevator and actually save and continue. What does the map say? There are goods over there. I have to go all the way around to get to that. Oop. Just
None
back
shall
off
stand
a
in
little
my
bit.
way.
Assignment completed.
Good job, Antha. Law warp. Oh, we have some growth here. Oh, I guess that's from the other side. Okay. There was someone here. It's a good place to hide. I'll set up another ambush.
A new challenge for me?
Move this ASAP.
Don't frighten me.
Okay, that fucked me up a little bit, but I really don't like the timing based. Oh, great. I really don't feel like this kind of game is conducive to this kind of timing based stuff. I don't feel like it's what the game does well.
Check. Done.
Dark patches can be seen on the floor, smudged as though someone walked through them on the way to the footbridge. Oh. Hello, Lex Mechanic. A small, heavily augmented man in a filthy, tattered robe stands before you. As you approach, he hesitantly looks up at you, his eyes filled with horror. A portable inscriber with a keyboard hangs from straps at his front, and you can see his detached cerebral cogitator peeking out from under his hood. What's this? Another of the cultist's minions? The tech priest cowers behind his hands, whimpering pitifully. No, no, I'm not a cultist. They tried to corrupt my mind with their heresy, but I ran. I am Manufactorum Lex Mechanic Zeta 86. I performed the rituals for the machine spirits of Foundry 95 up until we started going mad. Priests devoted to the Omnissiah suddenly started praising the dawn of something or other. They stopped the belts, and then they desecrated the visages of the sacred machines with unholy symbols. Some of them resisted, the others grabbed them, tied them up, and then they turned on their implants to heresy. I saw the madmen, my former tech comrades, deliberately connect those poor souls to corrupted cogitators. I watched as they were infected with the scrap code. And did nothing to stop them. I am recording a violation of the commandment of Thine Own Forge be a true sentinel, apostate Zeta 86. Your accesses are hereby revoked. Proceed with your report. The icy rumble coming from Pascal's Vox causes the Lex Mechanic to lower his head in fear and contrition. How did you manage to avoid the same fate? I didn't avoid it. They performed the same procedure on me. I felt the touch of unholy code. I allowed it to control me. I abandoned my sacred post and followed one of the traitors, serving his will and gathering all the data for his blasphemous experiments. I was driven by an unholy impulse coming from the depths of my auxiliary cogitator, where the code had lodged itself. Before I found a way to throw off the compulsion, I witnessed horrifying heresy. the extraction of true flesh and its decomposition on altars, perverse procedures that resulted in heretical abominations. I even accompanied a fallen magus to the fabricator censor himself and attended the unholy mass he led personally. It was a wicked ritual, full of willful deviations and blatant inaccuracies, all to create an ungodly monster in the name of the final dawn. You mentioned a monster. Is that some kind of weapon? No, not these constructs that are melted down in furnaces and sent into the depths of the Manufactorum. It's some kind of semblance of a cogitator, a nightmarish parody of a sacred machine, powered not by the Omnissiah's grace, but by the unholy spirits and life force of the unfortunates imprisoned on the lower levels. I don't know much, except that the fabricator censor saw that machine as special. It was special to him and to the crazies who defiled the Omnissiah's abode with their obscene blasphemy. For the final ritual, he even called upon one of the Astartes heretics who arrived at the Manufactorum after the start of the uprisings. He did something terrible, and only after that they were able to switch the machine on. It is a true abomination. Even standing near it is unbearable. I believe that even those who have been deprived of the Omnissiah's grace still feel its influence on them, its monstrous power utilized for unholy computations and chaotic calculations. Whatever that cogitator might spew out at the end of its cycle, no righteous soul should accept its heinous offering. Hey Ghastly, thank you for the lurk. Have a good gym session. You don't act like the other priests who were infected with corruption. The Lex Mechanic gestures at the wires and connectors spilling out from under his hood. Praise the gifts of the Omnissiah, I managed to disconnect my external cogitator, which I used for primary data processing. The machine is corrupted, the scrap code is locked inside it, like a beast in a cage, but anyone who tries to look inside will fall victim to the heretical program. My primitive brain has been marked by corruption. I still see their silhouettes, hear their interference. I sense the malfunctions in my augmetics, but I was still saved from the great sacrifice. Oh, blessed are the workings of the Omnissiah, and his benediction that shelters the weak from evil. Heinrichs tenses ever so slightly at the Lex Mechanic's words. You see his hand casually stray to the handle of his weapon, but the interrogator is in no hurry to act. Yeah, he's probably right. How did your crazed comrades behave? Like the grace of the Omnissiah had left them entirely, replacing free thought and progress with blackest corruption. I witnessed them desecrating structures blessed by the fabricator censor himself, though what do the blessings of that rotten trait account for now? Like men possessed, they set upon the sacred instruments and assembled shells and nodes that didn't match any diagram or blueprint I'd ever seen. Sacrilege! You mentioned someone imprisoned on the lower levels. The lay servants of the main units, they live in isolated segments under the sacred machine halls. I heard they were locked in there after the takeover. Then my crazed brethren changed the system for disposing of slag waste and covered the machines in cursed symbols. The Lex Mechanic hesitates. After they started the cogitator, they dragged the survivors out of the segments under the machine halls. Well, what the survivors had turned into. You demonstrate exceptional powers of observation and recall for someone who just happened to survive. I'm a Lex Mechanic. Gathering data is the purpose of my existence. That's even what they used me for. He trails off, belatedly understanding the subtext of the interrogator's words. They used me against my will. The scrap code turns everyone into their slave. Before I rid myself of the cogitator, I was forced to serve alongside those who perpetrated these atrocities and witness their obscenities. Heinrichs, what do you make of it? The interrogator tilts his head. Servant of the Omnissiah, I must know more about the final dawn, the fabricator censor, his mass, and about this machine as well. I could give you the coordinates, but... The Lex Mechanic drops his head. Even though I was present for many blasphemies committed by those heretics, all the details that were captured and processed by my true flesh are in the augmetics that was corrupted by the scrap code. I am convinced that if I hadn't fought off that foreign compulsion in time, I would have been doomed. the corruption would have spread to my biological cogitator as well. And I think biological cogitator is just the Adeptus Mechanicus words for brain. The Lex Mechanic taps a finger on the device hanging from his ear on several wires. I swear that no devout tech priest should come into contact with what's hidden in that once sacred device. Heinrich's expression shifts as he stares intently at the disconnected implant and the still intact connectors protruding from under the Lex Mechanic's collar. The corner of his mouth twitches involuntarily. Abelard notices the look on Heinrich's face, and once he does, he sighs heavily and looks away. Can the cogitator be disconnected and reconnected to another machine? The Lex Mechanic shakes his head in reproach. Even the very idea of exposing a holy machine to the scrap, even if the very idea of exposing a holy machine to the scrap code wasn't profane in itself, my augmetics are not universally compatible. They cannot be connected to another machine spirit. They were created to interact with the system of my true flesh, to innovate my compulsor unit and output data via the inscriber. Once I am safe, I swear that I will immediately perform a cleansing rite and destroy... In other words, there is only one way to extract the data stored in the cogitator. What are you talking about? If we connect the cogitator to the augmetic system, the Lex Mechanic will serve as a conduit for transmitting the data. We will learn the details, even if they are incomplete, of the things he saw and heard but is now unable to recall. The Lex Mechanic, who has been listening to your discussion in puzzlement, finally understands what is going to happen to him, and he begins to back away in fear. No! Anything but that! I'll die! No, it'll be worse than that! I'll succumb to the corruption! I'm begging you, please! I'd rather be burned as a heretic than have the scrap code in my biological cogitator! At these words, Heinrich pauses for a fraction of a second, almost as if he is reconsidering. In failing to offer any resistance against the enemies of the Omnisire, Unit Zeta 86 lost the grace of his machine rank and was recategorized as a resource of the Manufactorum. The defilement and torment of said resource, if committed to advance the struggle against heresy, will not be deemed an apostasy or malefaction against a living soul. Upon expiry of the unit's utility, disposal is recommended. Yeah, I'm gonna go iconoclast. I have to. Heinrich, stop. The leaders of the cult would never discuss anything of importance in front of witnesses. Leave the poor man alone. We need to know where the cogitator is. Even if the heretics' conversations are unimportant, I must know why the machine was so valuable to them. I'll tell you! The Lex Mechanic rummages in his ragged clothes until he produces a scrap of parchment. A different augmetic is responsible for my muscle memory. It has data storage too. I remember where I walked and what I pressed with my fingers. Here are the coordinates. And the code. It's probably the code to the bay. He scratches out the numbers with his fingernail and passes the parchment to Heinrich's. Heinrich's eyes bore into the smaller man's. At last, having reached some conclusion, he turns to you. He is the subject of your world, Teophania. It is for you to decide his fate. He will be taken to my ship. After the cleansing rites, a place will be found for him there. The Lex Mechanic is given the shuttle coordinates and hurries away. Heinrich watches him go, then looks at you. Excessive kindness, Teophania, gets good people into trouble. Let's hope that the corruption only affected the disconnected augmetic and not his soul. Come on, we need to find this cogitator.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
I'm gonna save here, because I want to see if I can do something.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a
Alright,
challenge.
so I'm gonna cheap it out. I'm gonna go back to the ship and clear the bullshit injuries I got. And then land again and continue. Same party. There's a world where instead of cogitator, 40k calls them computarium. Is there? Oh, you just know. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. It also wouldn't surprise me if some would consider just that change in nomenclature an actual act of tech heresy. And be like gravely offended about it. Right, so where do I go? Actually, where do I go? Up here? Through here? How do I get down here? Is there like an elevator somewhere? Was a tech heresy, some would say. Yeah, probably. Almost certainly. How the hell? Maybe there's something I can do here. Just grab these loot here. Ooh, another type of plasma pistol. Let's have a comparison. Slightly better. Loses a bit of armor penetration, but trades it for 1 point of damage. Never cause plasma explosion. But plasma overcharge attacks cost more the more overheated it is. That seems great. Let's equip that instead. And then we have these marksman braces. Maybe for there we go. That'll be better. And then I still need to try and figure out how. Do I go back down and across? Is there a way to lower that? Let's try that.
An expected result.
I feel like I'm supposed to interact with something up here. Oh. Is that it?
Follow my lead.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Seemed like it would be something here that would make sense, but I guess not. I guess we try to run through with just one person. Save. Just gonna do it with...
Does something trouble you, Lord Captain? Heal. We need to move on.
I missed that. There we go. Now if she goes down this way... Is this making everyone else run there and take injuries? Fuck's sake. Did that just fuck up everyone? No! Nobody got any injuries, because apparently they just bypassed all of it. Alright. Little wonky.
Victory awaits.
But whatever, I'll take it. And what? Why is... Oh my fuck, he didn't come with the rest of them.
I'll live another day.
Oh, this is so fucking wonky. That was weird. Alright, I don't think they got any serious injuries. They just got some injuries, but nothing debilitating.
My cardiovascular augmentation can withstand much more than high blood pressure.
Alright.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Screen of this cogitator shows a scrolling line of repeated technolingua. Staring at the obscure symbols gives you a headache. Oh. Ooh. Another 16 universal laws thing. Wait, I missed loot. I missed loot. I missed goods here. Is that gonna be another one? Nope. That is some actual cargo. Which reminds me, I haven't done any trading in a long time. I can probably afford a bunch of stuff if I improve my standings. Is this steam gonna harm me? I really hope not. I think that's just decorative steam. That is not what I was... That was really distracting, because that's not at all where I was going. So that was just taking the focus of the situation and just jerking it wildly somewhere else. Fabricator sensor Cubis Delphim. The massive magus, clad in ritual garb, lets out a binary trill and turns to you. Beneath the deep hood of his mantle, two dimly lit eye implants gaze out at you. You hear another binary tirade, this time clearly addressed at you. What did you just say? Primitive creature, devoid of true knowledge. Could it be one of the slaves who escaped imprisonment? Kneel, servant, before the master of Kiava Gamma. Who are you? My name is Cubis Delphim. I once held the title of Fabricator Censor of the Kiava Gamma Manufactorum, but I rejected it, along with the other fetters that hindered progress. Once my faith was flawed and led naive fools from the cult mechanicus into the darkness of ignorance. Now I am this world's master and serve the true gods. You tread upon their territory, and you do not number among the Legion's servants. Therefore, you must be subject to immediate disposal. As the senior functioning member of the priesthood of Mars, I, Magus Explorator Pascal Hanneman, declare this temple to the machine god compromised, and forthwith forbid all service within it. I dethrone the Fabricator Censor, the ignorant heretic who has betrayed the Omnisire, and condemn as anathema any and all standard procedures implemented by him. Let the cycle of the blasphemous operations he has put in motion be discontinued. Pascal switches to Binaric, and you hear dissonance burgeoning in the depths of the Forge Cathedral. Some of the giant mechanisms heed his order and go, while while others, obeying the Fabricator Sensor's will, continue their work. Crashes, explosions, and the clanging of crumpling metal signify that some dissent among the machines has interrupted the Manufactorum's production cycle. This and the Fabricator General makes you sad that the AdMech only has Call as a non-mostly human-shaped character. I don't even know what characters the AdMech have. I haven't looked a lot at their miniatures. You like that the voicing of that dude sounds a bit like a Dalek? Thank you. I was going a little bit for that. Hanuman, liar, you are not him. Demons Hanuman obeys me. His mind is open to the voices of the void. And the scrap code he created protects my world. And I'll not have you, rusted refuse from the misfit caste of explorators, call me ignorant. Call and then some generic dudes that look like generic tech priests. Okay. This statement is false. Your regalia have been revoked. You have been deemed defective and will be eliminated. Pascal turns to you and says dryly, initiating heretic search. Designation, Demence Hanuman. I wish to execute the retribution procedure. What did you do to the governor of Kiava Gamma? Is he alive? The removal of unserviceable artifacts was the first step towards retooling this world. Only my tech comrades heeded the call of truth that reached into their cogitators and allowed them to pierce the veil of empty dogmas. Poor old Gaprak. 10 or so years back he told me he felt uneasy in the presence of the Tin Can comrades. I mean, the esteemed Adeptus Mechanicus. He casually complained about not having been dealt a normal planet. I'll have to honor his memory with a prayer once we've finished purging this place. Abelard brandishes his weapon. Thankfully, the Fabricator Censor here did not require any coercion to confess to treason. Planetary governors, they always make problems. Either they let a rebellion break out, or they die at a bad time, or something worse. I can't remember the last time I saw a decent planetary ruler. I have seen what you have done to this world and its poor people. I will not allow it to continue. You may be driven by your will to fight, but know this. Kiava Gamma has already been converted. Its lines have been restructured, and its servants have already tasted the fruits of progress. In the crucibles of this manufactorum, torrid liquid metals will be used to forge vessels for sacred spirits. The adepts are already tirelessly delving deeper into new mysteries that were once barred by false tenets. You, servants of fake gods, are too late. The entire might of this world will soon rise up against the anathema and his slaves. In the name of the Golden Throne, I will stop you and those who follow you. You assume too much, thus rendering your conclusion invalid. Comrades, purge the Manufactorum of any random variables. I must prepare for the culmination of our great work. Gut the outsiders. Let their blood mix with oil. save so we don't have to go through that talk again. Congrats on making it through another workday, Juggernaut. Okay, so we have some Skitarii, an Alpha, some Skitarii, and an Alpha, and some Skitarii, and an Alpha. They all have reject the flesh. Okay. Okay, so they're gonna try and pincer me. These are mainly melee, these are mainly shooty. What are those autoguns? Stub carbines. These look pretty melee as well, so quite a bit of melee. Windshield had a pebble, bounce off, but left a crack. Ah, that sucks.
None shall stand in my way, and you'll die quickly.
Sucks when you get that. We call it Stone Strike around here. Right. Avalon here, ready to charge in. Heinrichs here, ready to follow Avalon. I'll put Pascal here. Then Cassia. Here. Back here. Skull thing a bit further back. And Solomon. Here. I'm really bunched up, but I'm going to push. So I'm not going to stay bunched up. Alright, Solomon goes first. He would love to shotgun these fools. Ah. Can't. We can get these guys. That looks like a clean kill, if I just hit. Let's just trust in that. There we go. That did blast his cover to pieces, however, which is a shame. Glyto. Going to activate advanced tracking. And then have Glyto apprehend this guy.
We're undertaking this task.
And then might as well revel in slaughter since he got his 3 kills. And then
Understood.
Run and gun. I was hoping I could get up to like here to shotgun blast these guys. If I can get to like here.
Mark the target.
Maybe I won't hit Gleto. I can get rid of 2 more. That does mean he's sticking his neck out to take a pounding. But I have backup coming. Oh, and that funnels them that other way around, so instead of getting pincered... Also, there was a 4th Skitarii squad. Got it. Well, then... She...
Step aside.
Can move all the way up here. And then Lidless stare, like so.
To being ordered around.
And then
Me? If you
voice of
insist, Lord
command
Captain.
and bring
I
it
am a
down.
navigator, not a servitor.
And then Solomon. I think he can get both of them.
The order's clear.
There we go. Turn. And move that to here.
My commands are followed without hesitation.
Alright, Heinrichs. You move to here, you might be able to charge this guy. That's what I'm hoping for.
I won't object to it. Nothing stands against me.
Go. The word of the Emperor, like so. Shield of the Emperor. Hammer of the Emperor. And then, how much life does this guy have left? 43. Not anymore. Turn. Now Pascal. Just gonna run up here. Just gently bonk this alpha on the noodle. There we go. And also put a trap here. Oh, they're coming down right there. Oh, should have placed it differently then. Oh well. And I think. Oh wait. Shut down Machine Spirit. And turn. Theophania moves to here. Bring it down on Pascal. Have Pascal finish off this rascal. And put down another trap here. Way better placement. And Machine Spirit Banishment on the Alpha, I think. Oh, he's too far. Okay, then just the nearest guy. It's funny how Skitarii don't function very well if you shut off their bionics. And then Theophania. Oh! Logis Heretic. Copy Skitarii Alpha. Let's try that shot. Ooh, it hit and it over-penetrated. Beautiful. Guess I will set you as an objective. Guess I'll set him as objective. I will inspire Pascal, actually. I don't have anyone to finish the job on. I am going to finest our Pascal. Pascal. Move here. And he is going to AoE Plasma here. And then he is going to regular Plasma Shot here. And then before I forget, I'm gonna mark this guy as prey. Do another Plasma Shot. Do another Plasma Shot. And then with my final action point, do a Plasma Shot at this guy. And we hit him! Yay! Alright, mark him as prey as well. And that is turn. And that is... Can't finish the job because he's not at less than half health. That is turn. Abelard! It's gonna get closer to this guy.
At your beck and call.
Charge up here. can't hit the guy, but what I can do... Cheeky little weapon swap. Hello, sir. Bang. Back to the shield. And Taunting Scream. I can't hit him with Taunting Scream from the way things are lined up. So I'm just gonna endure. And turn. Ooh, 12 damage. Solomon Anthas. Go have a look at these boys. I'm going to Concentrated Fire. I'm going to Revel in Slaughter. I am going to Grisly Adjudication these three.
Accepted.
There we go. Could I apprehend him? I only have one, so I can't advance tracking, so apprehend.
Let's test our skills, Glato.
Glato! Get him! There we go. What a good boy! Who's the best boy? Now Cassia, I think, is just going to go firefight this guy. Did that hit cover? That hit cover. Glimpse of Fate on Solomon. Mend Reality, because might as well. And Waking Nightmare on this fucker. Turn. Heinrichs, I don't know if he can reach with a charge. But if he can, that would be sweet. Yes!
The Inquisition sends their regards.
The Inquisition sends their regards. So, wearing down this Lotus Heretic.
I won't object to it.
Enfeeble him. And turn. Scowl. It's gonna help with this guy up here. Well, actually, Abelard... No. He's going to help with this guy over here. Looking at things. You are my prey. Plasma overcharge. This will do a lot of damage. If it hits. He missed. God damn it. Okay, you have one action point left. Let's put a trap so he doesn't run off. And turn. Teophania. I'm gonna supercharge Heinrichs and have him finish him off.
Already done.
But of course,
there we go. Beautiful. And then with her remaining action points, cheeky little shot up here. And that allows her to reposition. I'm not sure why, but I'll take it happily. And then Abelard is going to finish this fool off.
My place is at the fore. Indeed.
Charge! Sworn enemy. Strike!
Victory is imminent. An exemplary strike.
Shield bash! And then I could let him have another turn, or I could just say, lol, daring breach, and smack him 5 times, which will kill him. we here? A power sword. Doesn't seem very good though. Don't I already have a power sword? I feel like I do. I have so many wacky weapons. No, seems like I might not have a power sword. Right, so let's grab one power sword. Just to make sure I have one. Don't need a second one though. Ooh, Mizoa pattern arc rifle. That is going to cargo. Because as cool as the arc rifle is, and it definitely is, I am kind of spec'd into plasma weapons with Pascal. And I certainly don't see myself using an arc rifle with anyone else. Another Mizoa pattern arc rifle? Yes. Someone go down and grab this. Oh, there's a trap.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Well, then we need to take
Lex
our
prevails.
Proctor. Arc rifle also loves friend. Yes!
Sweeping the area.
Arc rifle. If I could have him with 2 guns and a melee weapon, I would equip him with an arc rifle for shooting at grouped up enemies, a plasma pistol for shooting whenever allies are close to those enemies, and then still his omniscient power axe. Also, I just realized we're in the middle of an ad break, so I am going to take my break before we continue and just go use the bathroom. Don't go anywhere. I will be right back. And we are back. Alright. Just sneak in here.
Plato, detection mode. Easy.
There we go. Grab that. Let's see what we got. Just some cargo, that's fine. Select everyone. So where do I go from here? Oh. I am missing some loot. Where is that loot? It's like up here, right? Yeah, it's this one.
Halt! I noticed something.
What did you notice? Ooh, a trap. Okay, so everyone go down here. I'm gonna go around. So let's take care of the trap first, so I don't forget and stupidly wander into it. I'm not saying I would do that, but I would totally do that. Another med kit, another fire grenade. Nice. Save, and let's see what's behind this door.
It's about time.
Messiah, grant me the wisdom to perceive.
And Thar, if you please.
Check done.
Ooh, I can blow up. No, what do we have here? As you approach the cogitator, you notice a number of deep scratches left by huge claws on its metal surface. Despite the apparent damage, the machine seems to be in working order. Right, activate the emergency bridge lowering protocol. You touch the levers and the reels on the control panel and disturb the slumber of the spirits that reside within its cogitator. The machine dawdles as if still drowsy, but nevertheless performs its designed function. There we go. Alright, view the log. Nothing of interest. So let's see, that lets me get across to there. Okay. So I don't have unlimited melter charges, but I do have 8, which I feel like is a lot. So I feel like I do want to blow up this crack in the wall.
Any challenge for me?
Not a problem for a proctor.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
So what was in here? Some goods. Ooh, Melta Ultima. Increased firepower and range. Do we have anyone? We do. We actually have a lot of people qualified to use a melter gun. Staff of Blood. No, that can go to stash. But yeah, we're definitely keeping the melter gun. Do I want to equip the melter gun on Abelard? I feel like this marksman rifle does pretty well on him, but melter gun is just so cool. You know what? Rule of cool. Rule of cool. Also, that armor penetration is juicy. Give him a melter gun. Looks good. Now, should anyone get this marksman rifle? Might that be an upgrade for her? That's the exact same as what she has. Upgrade for Teophania? No, she has way better. Alright, we just have a spare marksman rifle now. Something is howling within the metal housing, as if the machine spirits of this cogitator are lamenting some irreparable loss. Let's have Pascal force access to the cogitator's systems. Your knowledge of machine spirits is sufficient to trick the system and subdue it to your will. A false query, a crafty manipulation of the controls, and you get what you want. You gain access to the Cogitator systems. The device's machine spirit can do nothing to thwart you. Subdued by its defeat, it hides in the depths of its lair. Alright, let's awaken the machine spirit. You touch the levers and the reels on the control panel and disturb the slumber of the spirits that reside within this Cogitator. The machine dawdles as if still drowsy, but nevertheless performs its assigned function. Okay. I am not sure what that accomplished, but I guess we can check it out once we go out there. What do you find? Nothing? Okay. But that just didn't do anything, it seems. Unless I can now walk across here. No, it doesn't seem like it. You know what? If I had somehow gone in there before starting the fight with the Skitari, there was a squad of 4 Skitari camping here, so maybe they would have been squashed and that would have made the fight easier. And that was the purpose of it. I think that might be it. So anyway, moving right along.
Follow my lead.
Follow my lead.
Take heed, rogue trader.
Oh, is this gonna be like a trap maze?
Pay attention.
Yeah, it is.
What is that?
We were trained to act as one. Easy. Later, heal. Check. Done. Not a problem for Proctor. A colossal mistake.
What the? What blew up? He walked back the same path as he got there. How did... At least he only took a fresh injury.
Moving out.
Another multi-key. Guess that's the path forward. Before we go there, let's have a look here. Cogitator's panel has dozens of breakers, buttons, handles, switches, and other control mechanisms. What's the log say? You discover the local data crypt with contents collected by either previous operators or the machine spirit itself. Using your access, you study the archives stored on this cogitator. Supply protocol. At first glance, the records look like a typical shipping report, but after further reading, it becomes apparent that the focus here is not ore or assembly parts, but augments extracted from living tech priests and quote-unquote spent mass, the flesh of the victims killed either during or for the sake of machine rituals. Production protocol. The log looks damaged, the lines are uneven, and some of the values seem impossible. After a few minutes of studying the records, you feel your head begin to swim. The stored data can only be comprehended by a twisted mind touched by chaos corruption. What is the Ascension Protocol? This record looks like a sermon of some mad chaos worshipper. The log, clearly written from someone else's words, mentions the heart that exudes virtue and the cradle that rocks the child of truth. Chaos nonsense.
Victory awaits!
Right. I'm guessing I can use that to turn this platform, which, yeah. Does this go anywhere? It does. That just goes to a closed door. Can I open that door? I'm assuming no. Oh? Okay, so that's to the next area, but I want to continue
To the stars.
exploring this area before I do that. Oh, I missed the loot back there. That's all the way back there, though. Yeah, I'm not gonna go back for that. Hope it's nothing amazing.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Okay, there's a trap there. How do I do that? That doesn't seem possible. Can I clear this somehow? Oh, I think I blow up this, I think I blow up this barrel, and that might clear it. Everybody back off.
Doubt is for the weak. All too easy.
Yeah, that made a hole.
Suits my purposes.
Damn, I'm so smart. Tech use.
Operation.
Cargo lift for transporting parts.
A new challenge for me.
Asking for access codes you do not have. Interesting. Okay. Oh,
I'm ready.
let's get rid of this.
Easy.
There we go.
They fear to look at me because of my appearance. I fear to look at them because of their rotten-colored souls.
We'll go this way, I think.
I cannot shake the feeling that the Proctor was given to us not to act as a bodyguard, but rather to serve as the arbitrator's inside agent.
You should know, Master Interrogator. Better than anyone.
I was about to say that is very much the pot calling the kettle black, as they say.
It's about time.
Just go nab these goods. So this is, yeah, that's where I came across. Okay. So yes, this is where I want to go. What do we have here? Desecrated altar to the Omnisire. Purity seals have been torn off. Data slits sacred code shattered, and some of the teeth on the gear adornments broken off. Blasphemy! Vile! Disgusting! Heretical!
Victory awaits.
Saving? Why saving? Tough cultists. I see. And on the other side? Nothing immediately. However, I do have a suspicion that something might come out that door once the fight starts.
Mark a location.
None shall stand in my way.
Check. Done.
Oh shit, I hadn't seen him. The Chaos Space Marine! The Chaos Space Marine towers over the tech priest's bowed heads like a dark cliff. He's reciting a sermon, slowly, almost chanting. From the mere sound of his deep, low voice, you break into a cold sweat and your gorge rises. Listen, for my words reveal to you a path from the darkness unto the primordial truth, which has thrown open its gates for wayward souls seeking deliverance from the shroud of lies and torments of enslavement. Your minds have shed the bonds of the dogma that has guided you into the abyss. Accept now the hope granted to you by the greatest of the word bearers. Low-key panic you felt when you saw this dude, because the first Chaos Space Marine mollywopped you? Heinrichs hisses through gritted teeth. I knew our meeting on Rykard Minoris wouldn't be the last, but to run into this anathema here. Kiava Gamma did not merely succumb to heresy, Teophania. Your world is in the clutches of the greatest evil known to the Imperium. Pascal gazes at his former brethren and whispers dryly. The new sphere signature of the defective units has been archived. In accordance with the sacred commandments, I will tolerate no heresy and hereby sentence you to categorical disposal without redemption. Solomon stares at the monstrous figure with glassy eyes. I thought I knew everything about Lex Imperialis violations, but that thing offends his law by its very existence. I'm not going to listen to the sermon.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
Your Emperor won't save you!
Alright, get into position. Tough cultist, tough cultist, tough cultist. It's the Chaos Marine, so she is the only one to get turned before the Chaos Marine. I'm gonna go a little defensive here. Actually, Avalad here. Heinrichs here. Pascal all the way over here. Oh, wait a minute. Abelard here. Pascal here. Cassia. And Cassia's just gonna stand back down here. And Teophania, no. And Solomon also back down here.
Death to the weak!
Unexpected result.
Such is the will of chaos.
A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance.
It's fine. Then Cassia can voice of command and bring it down on Heinrichs.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
And Heinrichs can do a free word of the Emperor on... Yes. everyone except for
For the
Ablad.
throne's glory.
And then he can Shield of the Emperor. And then he can Hammer of the Emperor. Then he can... Oh, he can't. That's fair. Then he can Iron Arm himself.
Lord Captain.
And then he can Endure. And then he can smack this fool.
Nothing stands against me.
And turn. And then Cassia can maybe finish this guy off with a sniper rifle. Beautiful. And then just Glimpse of Fate on Henrix as well. And I am fine with that position. Go.
Out of my way.
Oh, Abalon is getting proper surrounded. Cursebringer! I mean, that helped me more than it helped you, dude. That was not impressive. Can I see him from there? I probably can't. I can. Enemies with burst weapons are their own worst enemy. You're not kidding.
One of us would be enough.
Lighto, do you have enough movement for this? There we go. And then we simply double slug.
No heretic escapes punishment.
And then, you know what? I'm gonna be cheeky. Run and gun.
Understood.
Get some bleed on him as well. And turn. Pascal. Just deal with this cultist. You know what? Machine Spirit Banishment. Fuck your weapons. And then I think we just focus on this cultist. You know what? Yeah. We are just going to sweep this cultist. Go. We'll put a trap here. That'll be really annoying. And analyze him. Mark him as prey. And turn. Hey! Nice pillage. Jägernaut, well done. Have Teophania move up here. Because I think... Is he just outside of range? He's just outside of range. What a shame. Okay. Well, Abelard! Fuck these peasants up, please. Actually, let's do break their ranks first. There we go. Then
I will do my duty.
there's one enemy.
At your beck and call. Target well struck.
And the shield bash follows up to kill.
It will be done.
You know what? Just to be on the safe side.
Forth on Valencia.
Daring breach.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Oh, I thought I would need an opportunity attack for that. Oh well, not gonna complain about not doing that. I was worried something bad would happen.
I've seen worse battles
when
than
he
this in
died.
my time.
Gonna be around 100 Fahrenheit. That sucks. I would definitely not. Each character's war crime limit is.
At your beck and call.
I don't think Abelard has one, as long as it's for the good of House von Valancius.
Reduce to dust. Follow my lead.
What the fuck is up with Abelard? Just tearing this entire encounter apart single-handedly. What does he have? A heretic bolter. I mean, nobody is ever going to use that. Because the only person I have that uses bolters is Argenta, and she is never going to get to Votary in Heretic. So that can just go straight to cargo. What do we have here? Arch Strategist Mantles. All bonuses from the wearer's combat tactics areas. Ooh, so that's for, what's her name? Jai. Are increased by 5% for 1 round if the wearer uses a stratagem different from the one used before. It's kind of shit. I can just go to cargo. It's kind of hyper-specific for a small bonus. Oh! New area unlocked. Bunch of garbage. Bunch of garbage. Punch the garbage. Save and explore down here.
Follow my lead.
Acquisition is possible.
Check this out. Assignment completed. Not a problem for a proctor.
Oh, I was not done exploring. I was not ready for this. Okay. Well, I guess it's boss fight time. Oh, and there's a Forge Fiend. Oh no. This is a little scary. Fabricator sensor Cubis Delphin. Upon noticing you, Cubis Delphin straightens. You hear the clanging and groaning of metal, as if the pistons and bearings in the Fabricator sensor's augmented body have fused together. Repellent scrapes and screeches punctuate his speech. You. The probability of navigating your way, of reaching the inner line, was negligible. The primordial truth guards me in my work. Then why is it that this variable has yet to be eliminated? Your minions are dead. Both you and your host will likewise fail to stop me. Hoarse laughter comes from the Fabricator sensor's vox. There are things more frightening than death, troglodyte. To submit one's existence to a false dogma, to condemn sacred machines bound by feeble flesh to pointless calculations. The notion is rejected. I saw the strange constructs on the lines of the Manufactorum. What mad machines are you creating here? Steel creations destined to serve the designs of truth. Did you see the elegance in their form, their flawless ergonomics? And those are mere shells. True perfection fills them when they are instilled with the spark of life and granted purpose, to bring their wrath upon the heads of apostates. Once this army is assembled, but why waste words? You will see for yourself a modicum of the splendor that is in store for the Coronis Expanse. The fabricator sensor straightens his back and shoulders. You hear a mounting hum, as if from some powerful turbines, followed by heavy footsteps, a grinding of metal against metal. Oh no, a second one! This just got a lot more scary. Fabricator sensor lets out a binary trill. Witness the weapon designed to carry the glory of the true gods into the darkness of the Coronis Expanse. My shepherd has sent me one of his iron angels so that its very presence may instill faith and awe in the hearts of his flock. Accept the greatness of the primordial truth, united with the might of the new Kiava Gamma, and perish! I shall purge Kiava Gamma of your corruption. Accept this new sacrifice, sacred truth. Dominate the Forge Fiend? No. That would not be in character. That would be too heretical for me to do. There is very little cover here. I don't like that. Alright. Well, I wanna be back. Dr. Dead, 17, thank you for the follow.
Praise be, my lord. Another able warrior has joined our cause.
Avalon. Over here. Let's go here and cover, that seems fine. You back here. You here. Glyto up front. Don't hit my dog! Okay, he gets like 50 attacks a turn. I think I have to focus him first and foremost.
Throw and take you.
Alright, Cassia. Definitely voice of command here to basically everyone. And then bring it down to Solomon, I think. So Solomon is going to have Glyto apprehend the fabricator sensor. And then he is going to double slug him. And then Heinrichs also gets a turn. Word of the Emperor. Shield of the Emperor. Hammer of the Emperor. Iron Arm on himself. Charge here.
Scorn the pain.
Wasn't too bad. And strike.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Oh, he parried. Bastard.
I won't object to it.
Enfeeble these two. And should I invigorate myself? Yeah. Invigorate myself.
For the throne's glory.
Shield of the Emperor, Hammer of the Emperor, Skillet of the Emperor, Salt Shaker of the Emperor, Side Table of the Emperor. Yeah, his powers are a little one note. I mean, he's basically a paladin. Alright, Cassia still not done. I can't really get a good position for Littlest Stair, I think. So instead, Medicae signal and move this ahead to here.
My commands are followed without hesitation.
And then with my last remaining point, just shoot my gun at this guy.
Burnt your eyes.
Turn. Now Heinrichs is going to Psychic Force this guy. And Endure. And another word of the Emperor.
Naturally.
And Iron Arm on Abelard. And turn. And then a lot of shooting at me.
Deliver us.
Alright, Tiffania. Abelard, serve me. Abelard, voice of command. Abelard, break their ranks.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Don't think it's worth inspiring, because that'll mean I don't get a shot myself, so I'm not gonna inspire. Abelard, bring it down. He has enough to sworn enemy.
Victory is imminent. At your back and target well struck. Lesson learned.
And there we go. And he has one more.
It will be done.
Sure. And then with my last action point, put a bullet in this guy. With 13 damage, not bad. Now Solomon. It's just gonna double slug.
It won't take long.
And then run and gun. Go up into cover. And actually I'm gonna blow away the cover because I'm going to concentrated fire. And I'm going to Grizzly Adjudication.
I'll take it as a priority.
And turn. And Pascal is going to mark as prey. It's going to analyze. It's going to Machine Spirit Banishment. And what else can I do? Oh yeah. And call the bold. Yes, call the bold. Or an overcharged plasma attack. There we go. And then put a trap on these two guys. Abelard. Sworn enemy. Attack. think that's all for now. So daring breach. And it still has sworn enemy on it, right? Yes, it still has sworn enemy on it. So then we just start wailing.
At your beck and call, reduced to dust. My place is at the fore.
Abelard has gone berserk. And then get back. I don't have any more action points, but let's get him back here. And then brace for impact on at least some of the party and turn.
Enjoy your luck while you still draw breath.
Alright, Cassia. Cassia's gonna take cover.
Of military tactics.
And she is going to finest hour on Abelard.
I'll paint your death in colors.
And then Abelard is going to try and take down this Forge Fiend.
Gray hair, sure hand.
There we go. Guess he's gonna go for the other
Tried and
Forge
tested
Fiend.
tactics are the best ones. I will do my duty. Victory is imminent.
I don't think I'm gonna kill it unless I get a... Oh, never mind. Never mind. The shield bash doing good work. Oh, I can't reach these guys.
Follow my lead.
Onto here. Quick weapon switch. Oh, even the basic attack costs 2 action points. Okay. That's a pretty big downside, but that's fair. Should have some downside. So what instead? I'm gonna do stalwart defense against these two guys. Then Cassia is going to bring it down on Abelard,
Insist, Lord Captain.
allowing him to charge.
I've seen worse battles than this
Up
in my time.
here. Shield bash.
One fewer target.
And GG's. Okay. Mars pattern chain axe. What do we get here? 20 to tech use? Kiava Gamma Pattern Omniscion Axe and an Alpha Arc Rifle. So I'm definitely gonna switch the combi tool out for a shifting combi tool. And that axe is also an upgrade. Uses Brutal Strike for attacks of opportunity. Yeah, that's an upgrade. Pascal Hanneman, I sentence you to get a better axe. And I noticed the quest log said return to the ship. I don't want any Mars pattern last guns. No thank you. But here's the thing. This... Oh, this is return to Void Ship. Got it. Well, I'm not done. I am not done. Because there is still more to explore, and I need to figure out that machine he was working on, how to deal with that. So we are not done here. One thing, there's a big ass door right here. Open, says the rogue trader. What's that, boy? You find a wall? Good boy. Oh, I forgot to equip the new multi-tool on Pascal. What's the other one here? That's the needle ring. I'll keep that. What do we have? Commerce and Lore Imperium. I'd rather have Commerce and Lore Imperium. What does Abelard have? I'll equip this instead of the... He doesn't have any tech use skill though, so he's useless for that. No, we're keeping it like this. Anything else in here? Is that an uncorrupted altar to the Omnissiah? The cogitator looks dead. Only a single lit lumen shows that there is life within the machine. L2 to the scanner. Several lumens light up on the panel. You hear distinct clicks, and the cogitator goes quiet, clearly having fulfilled its purpose.
We need to investigate.
Oh, we need to find a valve. Or we need to find a cog. Oh, we don't have it. Alright. Alright, game. You're giving me stuff to do. And before it's right out here in this bin. No. No such luck. Oh my god, it's right there. Jesus Christ. Give, please.
A new challenge for me.
Ooh, what did we get? What did we find? Ooh, is this my personal cogitator? Solomon, you go in.
Over there. I'll check the perimeter.
And these don't look clearable. Alright, I think I have to go in with the rogue trader here.
We must act. I won't tolerate weakness.
The towering furnace, wreathed in scarlet light, fills you with awe. As you approach, the heavy thrum of ancient servo motors erupt from the machine's depths, along with crackling binaric undertones. The dust-covered keys are illuminated by a faint, pale glow. Input the code to disable the traps. Input the code to disable the gas supply. And request Theodora's data. Rumbling builds up in the bowels of the furnace, growing stronger apace with the sound of ancient motors. The rumble is echoed by the screeching of metal gears and the clanging of unknown mechanisms. Slowly, almost hesitantly, the creation of the Adeptus Mechanicus disgorges a databank engraved with the coat of arms of House von Valancius. Alright, and I need to decrypt that aboard my ship. I know exactly where that is. That's in the cogitator on the bridge. Alright, well, we are still not done exploring. Release the car brake. Remove the obstacle. I wonder what happens if I do all this.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Let's see what happens. Clonk. Was that supposed to be how I got that? And the reason I was able to get it early was just a glitch? Yeah, I think it was. I think that was like a mini puzzle. Well, not even a puzzle, just like busy work that I somehow bypassed.
My success is irrefutable.
There's a large chart of lots of flesh, bits of wire, other rubbish. And this is where I was before, right? Yeah, this is here. Heading off to bed. Alright, sans tail. Sleep well, and thank you for joining me tonight. The tech priest tears himself away from reading his data slate and looks up at you. His respiratory augmetics is missing. Instead, the lower half of his face is covered in deathly pale artificial flesh. You take note of the multitude of fresh augmetics attached to his head. They seem to have been inserted haphazardly, and pus is seeping from untreated wounds. I heard your footsteps in the void. You are von Valancius, are you not? Pascal exchanges a series of binary trills with the tech priest before saying menacingly, "Initiating arrest procedure. This unit is using a fabricated identification code, which constitutes a Grade 4 transgression." Identify yourself. His white and lifeless lips stretch into a smile. My name is Demence Hannerman. I believe it's familiar to you. This statement is false. This unit stands accused of identity theft. I am guilty of many things, but not the transgression you speak of. I have stolen nothing from you, my tech comrade. Unlike many others who have indeed robbed you. Are you the one who stole Magus Tarsus's personal code and made an attempt on his life? No, why would I do that? It was the work of the maimed hunter. Term not recognized. Is this a specialized term used by your branch of tech heresy? It's simply a name that fits him. You must have noticed by now that names are full of lies, haven't you, Pascal Heinemann? Mocking laughter bursts from the heretic's lips. I'm giving you a chance to explain why you're using the name of another. Another? I have the right to bear this name. It is my humble inheritance, which I received from Archmagus Armanet. To renounce it is to betray his ideas. The blessed Armanet taught us that the cycle must be discontinued, and it seems I have become his best student. Now I aspire to know all, comprehend all, as is the Omnissiah's will. Blasphemy! Should you continue these sacrilegious mentions of sacred litanies and heretical perversions of the blessed Amulet's philosophy, you will be destroyed. You wish to sound outraged, but I sense your curiosity. I understand. Knowledge is intoxicating. This craving for new knowledge gnaws on me as well, but be patient. We have ads about to start, so I will be right back. Alright, I am back, but I don't want anyone to miss anything due to the ad, so we're just gonna sit here for 60 seconds and just chill. So how's everybody doing? How is your week going so far? Welcome back. Thank you, Grim. I see you peeking up, catching a breath, breaking the surface of your workload, just getting a breath of air, saying hi to me, and then you're about to delve back in, I assume. Well, actually, it's like 1 in the afternoon. Maybe you're getting off early today, I don't know. Week's going alright. Excited and nervous about Canada. So, Bouncy's visited you, but this is your first time visiting her, right, Grim? Is it your first time going to Canada at all? Doing good, how about me? I am doing well. I chose the cowardly way out of not going to the gym today because I'm planning on walking tomorrow to go to the paint meetup. So I'm really hoping that Friday will be the day I get back in the gym. So I have like the meetup tomorrow, gym Friday, maybe stream Friday, D&D prep Friday, D&D Saturday, and then another stream Sunday. So my week is looking pretty good, pretty stacked. First time leaving your country, first time meeting her family. Ooh. Well, on one hand, Grim, I understand why that would be nerve-wracking, but on the other hand, you are a spectacularly lovely, sweet, very charming gentleman, and I don't see any reason why her family won't love you immediately. So I have every faith that it is going to go completely smoothly. So kind and lovely, no more than what you deserve, good sir. No more than what you deserve. Alright, let's get back into it. Oh shit! I double-clicked by accident. Oh, at least I can scroll back. I am deciphering a great mystery, and my name became the start of the key. I analyzed the archives and found it in places where it should not be. Hanneman, Hanneman, Hanneman. I keep seeing this marker upon the traces of a great plot, of the deception created by Archmagus Armanat. And then I said something which I don't know. No sound mind is capable of such twisted cunning, but my mind was no longer sane. It could no longer stay within the narrow confines of the norm. Each new discovery loosened the imperatives of obedience and granted ever greater freedom. I developed. I avoided the traps of the maimed hunter who seeks to hide the truth. But words mean little. Do you want me to show you the truth? His pale lips spread into a smile. Fine then, show me your truth. The tech priest turns his data slate around. Its vivid screen is covered with green runes performing an ungodly dance of computation. Pascal casts a quick glance over the data slate and says with contempt, "The sacred logic is impaired. Your calculations are irrational. Yet they are still correct." Pascal, what is this mishmash of numbers? It is all unholy nonsense, a betrayal of pure logic, the fruit of a diseased mind that has renounced the fundamental laws. Pascal's voice is raspy, like the dry throat of an ailing man. Your wisdom reeks of corruption. You are biased because your mind is dark, laywoman. Alright, we're done talking. Pascal, do you have any preference regarding the killing of your former tech comrade? Pascal switches to Technolingua, his vox erupting in a series of binary signals. There is no need for secrecy. Let her understand. The heretic nods in your direction with a smile. Yo, Zahel, get some clothes on. You're streaking over there. Good to see you. How you doing, buddy? Pascal glances at you with worry and says in Gothic, his voice doubtful. Following a voluntary surrender, I will be willing to commute the punishment from immediate destruction to arrest and isolation, for the purposes of conducting an exhaustive interrogation. A wise decision, Pascal. Doing good? Glad to hear it. The heretic's deranged smile remains on his dead lips. Request denied, tech comrade. You will have to pull what I know out of my head.
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
Right. Where are the enemies? We got a Rust Stalker, a Combat Servitor, Immense. Where are the other foes? Hold on. Combat Servitor there, Demence. Oh, the Vox Skull is a foe. Corrupted Rust Stalker. And another Vox Skull. They do some kind of... Okay, they basically run around and buff. Okay. Is there an Age of Sigmar version of this game? Not that I'm aware of, Grimspace. Not that I'm aware of. I actually don't know if there are any Age of Sigmar video games. There are Warhammer Fantasy, as in the version of Warhammer that came before Age of Sigmar. There are a bunch of games dating all the way back to the 90s in that setting. But I don't know if there are any specifically Age of Sigmar games. Demence can't remember, so you could say he has dementia. Or Demence has some fucked up ideas and beliefs. You could say that he's demented. I think that's more what they were going for. Okay, God damn it. Put these two here. Put my two melee guys up front. Put Pascal here. Put Solomon here. Glyto here. Servo Skull there. Alright. Hope he has no brother called Dem Nuts. Dem Ments and Dem Nuts. Okay, servos, combat servos all backs off.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Pirates multi-melter. And then he... Oh, I see how this is gonna work. Okay. See what we're doing here. I see this encounter. The Vox Skulls basically give extra turns to the others, yeah.
A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance.
Alright, I see what we're doing here. Which means that Solomon is gonna go bold. Glato?
Let's test our
Apprehend,
skills,
boy. Ah, he got stunned by the Mind Scrambler grenade. Ah. I should really remember to check for statuses on Glato before I do anything with him. Yeah, cannot attack. Perplexed. Alright, well, that's on me. Concentrated fire. Grisly adjudication. There we go. And then that's just gonna be turned from him.
Who thought that was a good idea?
Now Avalon. Swan enemy. He's just gonna duel this Rust Stalker. Let's see. Yeah, that's perfect.
It will be done.
Draw.
Victory is imminent.
Defensive stance. And stalwart defense. Teophania. Cannot attack. This effect will be removed at the end of combat? Are you fucking kidding me? That is, if that's actually true, that is wild.
My tactics are flawless. Suits my purposes. Nothing I can't do.
It's like a wound. No, wounds. I mean, wounds stay between combats. Maybe a medkit removes it. Oh, that might be. He doesn't have access to a medkit, though. There we go. And
indeed.
Sworn enemy and chop
At your
chop.
beck and call.
And turn. See that again. Oh wait, never mind. It says duration 1 round. So it lasts for 1 round, or if combat ends before then. Okay, so that's not as bad. The perplexed lasts for the rest of the combat. Okay. That is much more palatable. I can swallow that. Move up here. And then we finest hour on Solomon. And Solomon, does he still have concentrated? No, because that's just the next ranged area attack. So concentrated fire. Grisly adjudication again.
Won't take long.
And then a double slug.
Understood. The arbitrator judges.
There we go. Complex to stack 1 of 50. I think that's just standard. I think up to 50 stacks is just standard for status effects in this. But yeah, 50 stack would be crazy. That would be like minus 500 to a whole bunch of stats. What is it? It's minus 10 per stack to ballistic skill, weapon skill, intelligence, and perception. What else can she do? I think that's gonna be it for her. Pascal. Gonna go after Demons. Hello, Dements. You are my prey. You are being analyzed. Call the bold. Piercing shot. And then I'm only going to do a regular shot with all these bonuses. Because I also want to do Machine Spirit Banishment on him. There we go. Oh, but yeah, I keep forgetting I have that. Oh, I should have done an overcharged. Oh well. In that case, also have a trap in case you decide to reposition. Alright, Cassia. It's gonna move up here into cover. Voice of command on Pascal. Bring it down on Pascal. Then we're gonna do the overcharged. There we go. And then we are going to analyze and turn. And she has 2 left. She is just going to do a dead-eyed shot. Get some damage in as well. Heinrichs is going to move to here.
I'll put my psychic abilities to
And
use.
hopefully from there, I'll be able to charge. Ah!
Lord Captain. For the thrones would be gone.
Go.
Let's see to it.
Didn't seem to affect it. Oh well. Ow! That did not do nearly as much damage as I had feared. Glato still has cannot attack. Alright. I think we're just
I'll
going...
take it as a priority.
Oh, yeah, I didn't mean to reload. Oh well.
Accepted. The Lex is
That.
inescapable.
And then...
It won't take long.
Gun. Get into cover.
Hold the formation.
And then we can do a single shotgun blast. There we go. Still not enough for the bleed to kill it. But it's enough for Abelard to kill it.
A tactically sound approach.
A tactically sound approach. Charge!
Victory is imminent. Reduced to dust.
Pascal stands motionless as he stares at the heretic's corpse. After a long silence, he finally says in a hollow voice, I am taking his neural cogitator. The data contained within must be analyzed to supplement the catechism of maintenance and operation. A reasonable measure. This statement is true. The value of the data justifies the risk. Pascal leans over the corpse, activates the sampling tool on one of his mechadendrites, and plunges it into the tangle of augmetics covering the heretic's skull. And then fireworks go off. The glow of dead stars. Let me see. The type of damage dealt to each target aside from the wielder is taken as warp damage. Okay, very interesting. Let's contrast and compare. That is significantly more damage and quite a bit more armor penetration as well. The same attacks, same rate of fire, better range, better max ammo. That is just... The only downside is it's not a pistol, so I can't fire it in close combat, but that's not an issue because I have an Omniscient Power Axe for that, I think. Let's see if it works the way I think it does. It does. The glow of dead stars. Who all is proficient with a plasma pistol? I'm just curious if anyone else is. Well, not in this party, that's for sure. Information is ammunition!
I did it.
Vats which were previously used to store fuel oil have been turned into reservoirs for blood. An ingredient for the vile rituals that have replaced the orderly protocols of the manufactorium. None of these have any loot. Oh, I see where I am. You set up the ladder for a shortcut back. Redemption gauntlets. That is not going to work for me, by the way I've leveled my characters. Okay, so I can go back up like that if I want.
It's about time.
And that... No, that doesn't lead to here, that leads to there. Crucified body had all of its augmetics removed, judging by the abundance of blood. They were ripped out when the tech priest was still alive. Fucking chaos. I swear. They do so much nasty stuff. New looking makeshift structure is an altar to Tzeentch. Amidst the revolting totems and twisted symbols dedicated to the Chaos God, you notice a string of 9s burned into the metal surface.
Follow my lead.
Alright, I want to go check this door over here. I think that's next. But before we do that, let's level up our party. So we gain a characteristics and a skill. So for characteristics, could do toughness, could do weapon skill. Let's do agility. And for a skill, let's do... Let's do commerce. Heinrich's characteristics. give him strength, I think, or willpower. Now let's do willpower. He is a psyker. And for skill, Lord Xenos. Abelard. Give him weapon skill and give him carouse. He's my carouse specialist. Pascal. Let's take toughness. And let's take Medicaid. Cassia. Ballistic skill. And we already took low warp. What other skills is she good at? She's really good at awareness. Let's bump her awareness. And Solomon Anthar. I feel like he has pretty high fellowship. I mean, that makes sense. That's also his coercion skill. You better be good with awareness with the third eye and seeing emotion. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes good sense. Let's bump his agility, allow him to dodge a few more attacks, and bump his coercion. There we go. And save.
None shall stand in my way.
I suspect that here it might just say you can't go in here. But I could be wrong. Where's Gleito? He's right there. Good boy. I will leave that. Oh, I guess not. Oh, I guess I'm taking it. See, I was searching the previous area because I thought going in here would get me to the fabricator sensor. And like the boss of the area. That's what I was expecting. Oh, this place looks warp corrupted. Got a door. Got some cogitators. Scrolling, Technolingua. What the hell? You. Flesh thingies. This is the same scrolling Technolingua.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Yeah. Wasn't Immense also like a mini boss? Yeah, he was. Numerous wires and pipes run into the filthy cages, which are filled with what looks like a conglomeration of human bodies. You cannot make out who is in the cage, but bright blue sparks flash intermittently in the darkness, while the mass of flesh twitches and shudders. Are the cages going to open now and disgorge them? I think you have to go to bed. Alright, Niddler, sleep well. I will see you tomorrow. Heinrichs casts a scrutinizing eye over one of the cages before withdrawing his weapon and approaching to examine what lies inside. Careful. Look at it. Heinrichs gestures towards the cage closest to you. Through the metal bars, you see it truly is a pile of human bodies, or something that used to be. These monstrously deformed bodies have fused together in places, while others were severed using saws and knives, leaving wounds seeping pus and slime, wounds that are Agglutinating and sprouting tendons. I'm gonna look up agglutinating. I've never heard that word before. To stick or clump together as if held by glue. Got it. In immunology, it refers to the clumping of particles such as bacteria or red blood cells. Got it. Okay. 240k accurate. Wish you'd gone to sleep before that as well. It is kind of brutal. Sprouting tendons. Rods connected to wires that run to a nearby cogitator bristle across the flesh. One of the human heads turns to you. Mercy! So they're being used as living cogitators? Yeah, we are killing these things. Even attempting to speak causes the mutant pain, but he bears the agony and forces out the words, Mercy! Make it stop! Study the mutants closely. You examine the pulsating mass of flesh. The creature in the cage seems to be composed of several bodies joined together. You see no sutures or any other means by which the separate parts could have been connected. Among the layers of meat, you can discern large knots of muscle, various limbs, exposed bone, parts of faces, and entire heads. Only warp sorcery is capable of creating such an abomination while preserving the ability to live. Let's destroy it. Vladogoroth, I am going Iconoclast for my first playthrough. Although I do plan on doing both Dogmatic and Heretic playthroughs off-stream later. But for this stream playthrough, we're going Iconoclast. Dipping our toes a little bit into both Heretic and Dogmatic as whatever fits the situation, but mainly Iconoclast. Welcome to the stream! The flesh explodes in a fountain of lumps, stinking spray, and bone shards. The gaping wound closes in an instant, and a different face emerges from the fleshy depths in the place of the lost head. The mutant's body is pulsing faster, harder, as though the abomination's heart rate has spiked with fear. A many-voiced moan rises up from all the other cages at once. The pain was felt by all who share the mutant's horrific fate. What is this? Heinrichs takes in his surroundings and once again fixes his attention on the contents of the nearest cage. I'm beginning to have some idea. The Lex Mechanic mentioned the inhabitants of the lower levels who had been imprisoned in their homes. He said some of them were brought here. The cultists did something to those poor people, in their own home, and now they are studying the result. Have you ever seen anything like this before? I've seen a great deal, Rogue Trader. That includes mutations caused by the sorcery of chaos. But what frightens me most is not their repulsive form, but what is hiding beneath it. Heinrichs frowns. A human soul in torment. Chaos never forgets to ensure its victims retain the ability to suffer. The Lex Mechanic talked about some kind of slag waste disposal and chaos symbols on machines. What are the arch-enemy's minions doing to the people of the lower levels? To know the workings of dark sorcery means allowing corruption into oneself, Heinrich scowls. These are warp mutations, no doubt. Perhaps there was some side effect, and that is why they were brought here, to be connected to sensors and cogitators. Even fallen tech priests who have rejected the Omnisire are driven by a perverted hunger for knowledge. Why are they hooked up to cogitators? Heinrichs carefully studies the screens of the computing machines. Lingua Technis, corrupted by the scrap code, I'm sure. It's unlikely we'll be able to extract anything of value from their data crypts. Thinking, Heinrichs clenches his fist and bites down on a knuckle, and then recoils when the mutant from the nearest cage reaches a hand out to him through the bars. You! A female face watches you from within the gloom of the cage. Even though half of her head has been turned into a mess of bones and lumpen growths, a single eye looks at you with a surprising amount of intelligence. You promised! You promised us! The words are echoed by other voices in the depths of the cages. Heinrichs leans towards the cage, but at sufficient distance to ensure that the mutant cannot reach him. Who are you talking to? What did they promise you? Who are they? You took us from the Inferno! You promised us a reward! Her face contorts into a grimace, and the creature's lips stick together like melted wax. I'll be damned. They can still speak. They remember the people who did this to them. Heinrichs balls his fists in powerless rage, and he frowns in thought. Perhaps a little biomancy will allow us to draw the fragments of knowledge out of them. Or it will trigger further changes. Not missing Pascal's sober interest in proceedings, which he is dutifully recording in a data slate, Abelard raises a brow. Esteemed makers, these are your comrades. If I may ask, do you feel any compassion for them? Or, at the very least, regret? Regret for the losses that these poor people represent to the Adeptus Mechanicus? Negative. What I am currently observing is not my tech comrades, but merely their biologically functioning remains,
My lord,
fashioned into a
reinforcements have
specimen of an
arrived.
unnatural perversion of technology. I am under no directives to feel any affinity for such specimens. Reinforcements have arrived! Gaming! Welcome on in! I see you were playing Rogue Trader as well. How did it go for you? Everyone coming on in, hello, I am Bear Anderson. I am a variety streamer, I do a little bit of everything. A lot of shooters, a lot of RPGs, a lot of action-adventure, action RPGs, that sort of thing, but generally just a little bit of everything. I'm not particularly good at games, but it's all about just having fun in a friendly atmosphere. So if you're into that, welcome on in. You might just have landed in the right place. Gets really scary at the start of Chapter 5. Ooh, don't tell me. Don't tell me. I think I'm still in Chapter 2. But I'm looking forward to it. I am on Kiava Gamma, which I am sure you have done already. I have killed the, what's it called? The manufacture sensor. I have killed Dement's Hanuman. And now I'm trying to figure out how to deal with these flesh mounds they've created. Also, if you need to raid and run, if you need to go get yourself some food, some rest, take care of yourself, absolutely go do that. Both you are gaming and anyone coming along. Corrupted Manufactorum? Yes, indeed. Heinrichs, let this go. You are only prolonging their suffering. Heinrichs nods. I am inclined to relieve their suffering. Every moment of existence in such a state is pure torture for people locked in these sheaths. It seems to me your mind is already made up. These people need deliverance from their suffering. Kill them! Heinrichs wavers for another moment, then leads over the cogitators. Each mutant has cables attached. I may not know the nature of these machines, but it isn't too difficult to increase the voltage. Ah, this switch right here. You hear the crackle of electricity. The wires glow with blue sparks, and the creatures locked in the cages drop lifelessly to the floor. The sharp tang of burned meat hangs in the air. Only got completely ruined by the connection monster 3 times? God damn it. I am so sorry you have to deal with that, Bill. I really am. I really wish you could just yell at your provider and that would get them to fix it. That's how it should be. That's that then. But do you know what bothers me, Rogue Trader? The number of people here. They are too few. The lower levels of similar manufactorums are inhabited by millions. What happened to the rest of them? Heinrich shakes his head. I know I won't like the answer. Let's go. We still haven't done what we came here to do. Actually, we have.
Is this what serving in the Inquisition is like? Cursed places, inconceivable horrors, high stakes.
More or less. And just in case it is not clear already, none of what you saw here is going in your report to the Marshal.
You did this too, but you'd rather not have needed to?
I won't tolerate.
Oh, you mean you yelled at your provider? Couldn't even start the stream. 10 whole minutes. Nearly stopped trying. Glad you kept on. I mean, you're paying them for a service. Ideally, if that service is not adequate, you should be able to complain to them, and then they will rectify it and fix it. So the service is what you pay for. I'm not telling you to do that. I'm saying in an ideal world, that's how things should work. I mean, in a perfect world, you wouldn't have to in the first place, but you know what I mean. What have we here? Another fight? No, doesn't look like it. It just looks like a cursed data vault. Six months of back and forth because the ISP said it wasn't their problem. Hardware provider said they didn't see anything wrong. Meanwhile, you're not getting what you... Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. I have had friends who had to deal with similar many times. The massive cogitator grows out of the metal bulkheads like a grotesque tumor. A hollow roar sounds from deep within the metal housing. Whatever spurred the computer into action, it has enough power to supply a small command center. As soon as your eyes fall upon the cogitator, you feel a tingling in your temples. Every nook, every component of the machine radiates a sense of wrongness. One that is difficult to explain, but no less palpable for that. It is as though the construct itself defies the laws of physics and perspective. Heinrich makes a warning gesture, his voice ringing slightly with tension, is threaded with disquiet. Stop, Teophania. That is a creation of the arch-enemy. Don't go near it. You have done enough for me and my mission. Don't put yourself at risk now. Oh, he's gonna do it? As soon as Heinrich takes another step towards the cogitator, it emits a deafening shriek like hundreds of metal needles driving into toughened glass, as though sensing the stranger. Wincing, Heinrich approaches the control panel and bends down towards the screen. Despite the heat clogging the room, you feel an ice-cold breeze. Heinrich is clearly using his psycho abilities to try to fend off the pernicious effects of the Chaos artifact. The Omnissiah's grace has not touched this object. This mechanism was not desecrated, but born flawed and unnatural. Iron most profane. Pascal unhurriedly produces a data slate. Initiating observation log. Let not fear stand in the path of knowledge. I will leave it up to Heinrich. He's the professional. A minute passes, then another. You watch Heinrich examine the cogitator. His eyes scan the screens, his hands darting from the reel to the lever, sometimes hovering uncertainly over the next switch, which immediately receives a coating of frost. At some point you hear his voice, almost a whisper, almost barely audible above the clanging of the roaring machine. Sacrifices. More and more sacrifices every minute. Heinrich looks at you, his eyes darker now, appearing almost black in his white face. Hecatomb determinants. The womb of this cursed machine is down on the lower levels. The auxiliary enumerator controls the systems for delivering molten waste under the Manufactorum's main building. This cogitator is fueled by the energy harnessed from thousands of people, who are flowing beneath our feet as slag waste as we speak. But I cannot even imagine the reason for sacrificing all these people. It's inconceivable. Now we know why the Fabricator Sensor prized this monster so highly. The Cursed Tech Priest and his associates created something that went beyond the limits of the Omnissiah's power. This machine is designed to process myriad possibilities using warp sorcery. It has almost finished its task. It predicts the future, Teophania. Henrix, are you alright? He tries to muster a reassuring smile, but comes out looking more like a grimace. I'll be fine. Well, let's cut the power. This spawn of chaos has no place on my world. Heinrich fails to stop you in time. Your blow sends the torn cables whipping out in every direction, scattering sparks and droplets of noxious scarlet slime. Oh, and that spawned a demon.
For the Emperor.
You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means. I think I am due a rewatch of that movie. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, more things popping in?
I've suffered worse.
3 pink horrors, eh? Emperor, Shield of the Emperor, Hammer of the Emperor, Iron Arm on himself, and Jaw, and then whack the Screamer.
Of course, Captain.
And then this is greedy, but what I'm gonna do is I'm going to eat an opportunity attack from the Screamer in order to charge the pink horror. Oh, I parried. Oh well. I think that was worth it. Yes, that was worth it. Oh, a Herald of Zinj. Where did you come from? Teophania.
Already done.
I feel like this might be one of those encounters where demons keep spawning in as long as this thing is still alive. I don't know. I'm not sure. Command on Abelard. So then we can break their ranks on Abelard. And then we bring it down. Yeah, bring it down on Abelard.
Suits my purposes.
So Abelard can sworn enemy.
It will be done.
And then whack it. And jaw. Brace for impact. And just taunt everything down here. Because he wants to be the one getting hit. And Teophania has 1 action point left. She is just going to...
Nothing I can't do.
Fortunately, I couldn't line it up so I could over-penetrate into the pink horror. Now Solomon, I think Solomon's gonna try and handle things over here. So if I go here... No. If I go here... Yes. Go here. Where's my dog? He's there. Advanced tracking. About to make a joke, and then realized it might come across as really rude self-advertisement. That's okay, I know you. I know you well enough that I don't mind you doing a bit of self-advertisement. Go for the Herald. And then he
The order is clear.
Concentrated fire. Grisly adjudication. And then he can
I'll take it
run
as
and
priority.
gun, stand still, and do a regular shotgun blast as well. Could be better. I've had worse. Alright, Cassia, you are in a really good position to do this.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Going to do screaming at you, make sure you don't have a screamer possessing it. But I'm instead watching my channel. I don't get it. Oh, because of the whole screaming. Oh, okay. I see. Alright, I think we're just gonna bring it down on... I can't Abelard, he already got one.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
The blue horrors, they're not nearly as bad to deal with as the pink one, so that's fine. And Teophania. This guy, shoot this guy. I have enough of that, but I want to press the advantage. And just a regular shot? Yeah, just a regular shot. And then I think I will assign that as an objective. And then with the rest of her turn, I will shoot this thing.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Miss. That was not part of the plan. Medicaid signal. And also glimpse of fate on
Isn't this a
Solomon.
job for the serfs?
Now Pascal. He needs to reposition because he is perfectly lined up to over-penetrate his plasma into his allies. So move here. Analyze the Screamer. Mark the Screamer as prey. Call the Bold. Piercing shot. And then an overcharge shot like so. That kills the Screamer and a blue horror. Totally worth it. Then we put a trap here. And turn. And Abelard.
I will do like you.
Charge this guy. And then this blue horror spawned here.
Victory is imminent. Gray hair, sure hair. Let's
Kill with this shield bash follow-up. Beautiful.
It will be done.
Jor. And Torch.
At your beck and call. Experience? Nothing matters more.
Right, Heinrichs, your job is to deal with this pink horror. It's too close for a charge, right? So I'm gonna be cheeky, I'm gonna back away to create enough space for a charge. And And then a psychic force attack. And then just about anyone else can follow up and kill that. Okay. Tiffania. Can I see him from here? I
Nothing
can.
I can't do.
Abelard! Kill the bloody thing.
Reduced to dust.
Can I charge this guy? I don't think I can. No, not possible. Alright. Then Tiffania is gonna finish off this guy with a rifle.
You didn't stand a chance.
Couple of blue horrors spawn. Mark one of those as objective. And then I think finest hour on Heinrichs. He can go to town on these blue horrors. And since he's got nothing better to do,
But of course, Lord
Rid of the Emperor. And turn. And turn. Solomon. What is that thing?
The guilty will fall.
Double slug. Get him, Glado! And that is going to be turn. And then Cassia is going to give him another shot. And that's going to be the end of the fight. Heinrich comes closer and stares at you, his eyes gleaming with naked, scorching rage. What have you done? Years of work, agents' lives sacrificed to uncover the cult's secrets, and you destroyed it all in one fell swoop. I didn't want anyone else to suffer. I understand the impulse, as a fellow human being, but as an interrogator, I can't see any justification for your actions. Heinrich looks at you mournfully. I overestimated our mutual understanding. A regrettable mistake. I'm sorry. At any rate, rogue trader, the Inquisitor will hear about this in my report. Aw, I pissed him off. I guess I really messed up. Oh well, I'm gonna roll with it. I am not gonna... I am not going to roll it back and redo. Interrogator, you're a traitor to humanity and the Empire for even suggesting you would leave a cult and, more importantly, a chaos demon in place. Yeah, it does seem a little shady, doesn't it?
It's about time.
I guess he wanted to extract more knowledge before shutting it off. Might be able to discuss it with him later. Maybe. Maybe. But I think that is the end of our Kiava Gamma adventure. So now we're just gonna head back to the ship and see what happens. Which way was it again? It's over this way. And over this way. And over this way. Oh, someone teleporting in? Guess we're not done. Hello. Sharp pain pierces your head, and the light dims in your eyes. You smell smoke and burning. You feel a wave of nausea. Your legs buckle and your knees hit the metal floor. In that same moment, the manufactorum surrounding you disappears in a whirlwind of mist, ash, and grey shadows. Struggling against the elements, you can barely raise your head to look. Your eyes sting and burn, but through the tears you see it. A colossal silhouette rising above you. The roaring tempest is unable to shake the mighty figure. Let's see if I can get a better look. Uralon the Cruel. You squint and wipe away the tears, and for a moment your vision clears. Before you stands a mighty giant clad in dark power armor, lavishly adorned with bas reliefs of snarling demonic silhouettes and punctured with prayer scrolls. 2 braziers are mounted behind his shoulders, burning with unnatural blue flame and emitting thick black smoke that curls and twists upward like a funnel. Behind the giant, you catch a brief glimpse of a crumpled figure bound in chains. The warrior's inhuman eyes bore into you. I am the master of those who have been felled by your hand in the halls of the primordial truth. I am Uralon the Cruel. The souls of my followers returned to the fount of power they served, crying out for me to cast my gaze towards this sacrilege. And what do I see? Yet another lackey of the Corpse Emperor. The giant's voice causes the storm raging around you to die down somewhat, as if the very sound of his voice is enough to make the whirlwind subside. You glance at the huge warrior and notice at his chest a winding azure symbol. The shades of blue seem to glimmer and mingle together. I am the sovereign of Kiava Gamma. This is my world, not a dominion of chaos. Oh, clinging to illusions will do you no good. The rituals have already been performed. The mortals are already singing the litanies of the primordial truth, or decorating the sacrificial altars with their flesh. Kiava Gamma, as you call it, is already saturated in the nectar of the truth. A fate that awaits all worlds that would stand in our way. What do you want with me? I want to look upon the one who has disrupted my flock's duties and my master's plans. That warrior from my legion, the Fabricator Censor. You think of their deaths as a triumph. However, it is but a minor hindrance on our path. There are other worlds that serve our goals. There are other sources of plasteel and adamantine. Revel in your victory, it will change nothing. Nevertheless, the blood in your veins whispers to the spirits that you warrant a closer look. Yes, you are a descendant of the rogue trader whose warrant Kunrad Voitvir sought to obtain. By defiling the relic and binding it to himself with the tethers of the Empyrean, he was meant to become my servant, a rogue trader who would do the work of the truth. But then you interfered. Could it be that you wish to gain the true god's favor instead? Do you wish to present the corpse's relic to me and serve the truth? Hear your very blood calling, begging you to submit to me. What would be the point of futile defiance?
Mr. Anderson, welcome back. We missed you.
Hey, Freedoms! Welcome. Spoiler alert, you're a pretty cool guy. Thank you. It's very kind of you to say, Freedoms. Thank you very much. I hope you're doing well. How's your week coming along? I will use my powers of iconoclasm. You waste your time trying to tempt me. It's not blood that defies a person's deeds, only their will does. And my will is thus, be gone from my mind. His expression twists in pain as he stares at you in rage and bafflement. Pitiful insect, you dare! A gust of wind sweeps Uralon's figure away without a trace. The mist around you begins to dissipate, revealing the dark halls of the Manufactorum and leaving behind an oppressive sense of powerlessness. Abelard looks over you worriedly, then sighs in cantankerous relief. That was a close call. For the sake of holy terror, if I had lost a second rogue traitor in such a paltry span of time, my only option would have been to shoot myself out of unending shame. I sensed the presence of another psyker. Someone made contact with you mentally, then tried to harm you with sorcery. I did what I could. You at least appear unharmed. Can you remember what you saw? It was a Chaos Space Marine. One of the traitors to the Imperium. I don't think it was he who touched your mind. I wouldn't have had the strength to go up against a psyker from the ranks of those monsters. He might have forced some mortal to do his bidding. Perhaps it was through the same hapless medium that he sensed the depths of his henchmen. Heinrich looks away and frowns. Week is going. Ready for the weekend though? You're tired? When is the move happening? Are you starting to get ready for that? Starting to get packed? Starting to get everything set up? Such indescribable power, to have reached out to your mind at such distance. It doesn't matter. The sooner I forget about it, the better. Heinrich eyes you suspiciously and reluctantly nods. The Manufactorum around you looks the same as before the vision. Maybe the shadows have grown a little deeper and darker. You dust yourself off and continue on your journey through the darkness. The world's industrial heart has fallen to corruption, but numerous faint vox signals from the periphery indicates that the planet's small manufacturing clusters survived without succumbing to the heretics. The sacred machines and hallowed lathes from these abodes have been reverently transported to the safety of the ship's holds. The fate of Kiava Gamma hangs in the balance. Gonna start packing this weekend, you're thinking? Do you already have a place lined up where you're moving? I mean, we're definitely picking the Iconoclast. Even though I think Dogmatic is the correct choice here, I am going with the character path I've picked for myself and picking Iconoclast. Know where you're moving? That's one less thing to worry about, thankfully. That's good. That's good, at least. Restore the Manufactorum in the shortest possible time without subjecting the wounded planet to a merciless purge. The blast furnaces are lit again. Machines once more fill the air with screeches and squeals, and mag trains of wagons stretch in lines from one workshop to the next. But the Cogitator's binaric chants carry alarming rumors of malevolent and foul traces of corruption still lurking in the deepest chambers of the Manufactorum. Okay, so we can pick Restoration, Blessed are the Weaponsmiths, or Calculating Holiness. Let's see. Damage Tainted, a renowned tech architect, the fugitive aristocrat Barabbas Achilles, is offering to enter the rogue trader's service as a planetary steward and restore the world to its former production capacity. That sounds very promising. I will get a pair of cursed boots, which suck. I definitely don't want that. 2 profit factor and 2 efficiency. That sounds good. What do we have here? Great trials are ahead, and we must steel ourselves to face them. The rogue trader will sign a mutual aid agreement with the quaestors of the Departamentum Monitorum. These outstanding theoreticians of warfare will supervise the repurposing of the planet's manufactorums for the production of weapons and military equipment. In the jaws of lathe machines and the wombs of alloy vats, soulless plasteel will take on its highest and most perfect form, that of a weapon. How's my run been going? Pretty good, Sir Thaddeus. I've definitely made some choices that maybe weren't the most ideal. I haven't made perfect choices because I refuse to save scum. So whenever I've made a choice and then afterwards I've been able to see, okay, you know what, that maybe wasn't the best idea, that had some consequences, I've just decided to roll with it every time instead of reloading and trying to make a better choice. I like this one as well. What's the last one? For generations, the Adeptus Mechanicus have been custodians of the machinery and cogitators of Kiava Gamma. Recognizing the value of this tragedy-stricken world, they are willing to deploy a forged cathedral on it as a token of sympathy. Therein, the blessed fabricator Sensor Fortron will envision and lay out a new and more perfect design for the planet. What class has my rogue trader been? So I went with a Voidborn noble who started as an officer and then became a, I don't remember what it's called, master tactician, I think? What is the Hand of Xenocide? Ooh, a really strong Omniscion axe. This is a problem, because I kind of like all three options. I think with things going the way they are in the Coronis Expanse, we have a possible chaos incursion on our hands. Conflict is definitely going to be more and more prevalent. I think we are going to choose Blessed Are the Weaponsmiths, which gives me a plasma gun. So execute. Lord Captain, the tech priests have made a sinister discovery on Kiava Gamma, a blasphemous machine built at the behest of the wicked Cubist Delphin. The mechanism is capable of picking up the whispers of the warp. It also occasionally transmits a discordant binary melody to nowhere in particular, but no encrypted data or other threats have been detected. It seems to be a functional side effect of sorts. Of course, the idea of using a machine instead of astropaths to contact the voices of the warp may seem tempting, but this machine is teeming with corruption. Its fuel tanks are satiated with the liquefied souls of your subjects. It has enough for now, but someday it will have to be refilled. How could Delphim construct such a powerful and monstrous machine? By defying the dictums of the Omnissiah and venturing into the perilous field of experimenting with warp technology. It is dangerous knowledge, but the ancient and incredibly complex vox cores of the mechanism is much older than Delphim was. He probably found it here and made use of it to his own ends. So here's the thing, I'm going to ask my retinue, and then if Heinrich suggests something, I'm probably going to go with what he suggests, just as kind of an olive branch after I pissed him off. So what does my retinue? On behalf of the Inquisition, I hereby declare a ban on any contact with this device. It must be removed and given to our acolytes. Normally that would be all, but I will explain further, out of respect for you. The Inquisition can reap benefits from this heretical machine. Our trained acolytes are able to carry a vigil near it, carefully listening to the dark whispers of the spirits of the Immaterium without succumbing to their corruption. We could discover their plans and warn the rogue trader whenever any threat would loom over her domain. The demons wanted us to hear their vile speeches? Let them hear our righteous cry. Teophania, let me summon the most zealous preachers who would dedicate their lives and zeal to reading a litany of fury and rage to this machine. Let the inhabitants of the warp hear our voice and fear us. This blasphemous creation must be anathematized and deconstructed. In the name of total knowledge acquisition, the principles of its operation must be inspected beforehand in great secrecy, requesting the right to investigate the heretical device before disposing of it. Yeah, we are definitely going Heinrich's, which gains us more security. Nice. Heinrichs, take this horrible machine away. What does Otherworldly Observer do? All allies gain +7 awareness. Nice. Thank you for your cooperation. The squad of the Inquisition's acolytes secretly requisitioned the corrupted machine. After a short while, some rather curious anonymous warnings began to arrive on Dagonis, and each of them had undoubtedly been paid for with the blood and soul of a selfless defender of the Imperium. Thanks to the information overheard in the whispers of the warp, many heretical plots and blasphemous messages sent by the cult of the Final Dawn have been uncovered. The Protectorate has gained a new line of defense. Oh, and Blessed Are the Weaponsmiths also got finished already. Well, let's get started on a new project immediately. Let's see what our options are. Okay. Chapel of Enumeration. Majestic Vault. Cost me some stuff I have plenty of, I think. Well, not plenty, but enough. Promethium's a little spicy. Omnisire. Ooh, that's pretty good though. I can get mag trains. Basically improve the logistical system. That adds to profit, mechanisms, weapons, and efficiency. Compassion for the Silent. A hospice for servitors will provide care for out-of-order automatons to the utter bewilderment of the Adeptus Mechanicus. More hull integrity, and it gives me Iconoclast. I want to do this one just because it makes me more Iconoclast. The motive force is life. Advanced will defend it to the honor of hosting an Electro-Priest monastery. Lighting up the sky with my technical radiance. Ooh, that's a good engine. I want this as well. Vigil of the Tech Gods. Blocks flawless servitors, which I can't because I don't have enough efficiency anyway. That would give me 2 efficiency across the entire Protectorate. Ooh. That would be really good. What does it block? It blocks this. Adeptus Mechanicus are concerned about the recent outbreak of heresy. They offer to enter into a solemn alliance with the House von Valancius. Under its terms, an ancient workshop preserved by Lady Theodoras will become the site of a Prioritas Scitarius factory which has produced the invincible tech gods. These unrelenting warriors, impeccable in their digital vows, will secure every Adeptus Mechanicus facility in the Protectorate. Ooh. Wisdom of the tech gods. And that would give... that would give access to Armored Rage, which would give more... That would be really good. Or Decree on Diligence. Costs 2 people. Doesn't block anything. Issuing this decree will significantly tighten production quotas. Cost me 1 complacency in return for 2 efficiency and provisions, mechanisms, and think I want to go for the Vigil of the Tech Gods. Although Flawless Servitors was really good too, but yeah, I think we go Vigil of the Tech Gods. Let's see, can I afford it? 1 adamantine, that'll leave me at 9, that's fine. 2 mechanisms, that'll leave me at 15. I have plenty. 2 weapons, that'll leave me at 15. Yes, we're gonna do this. Execute. Did it just instantly complete? It did! It just instantly completed. Well, I guess we do the next one. So now I could do Armored Rage or Unwelcome Guests. I can't do Inferno. Because that would require Flawless Servitor, so I'll never be able to do that. Okay. So Armored Rage. Granted a sacred writ authorizing the production of war machines amid the solemn armored tracks and artillery cannons will awaken, craving the blood of heretics and Xenos. Costs me 2 more adamantine, 1 mechanism, 3 plasteel. That's kind of spicy. But for that I gain colony protectorate-wide security, 3 weapons, 2 profit factor, and the Fangs of Janus macro weapons, which are a little bit insane. 6 shots dealing 22 damage per shot is wild. Or we can do Unwelcome Guests. A mysterious explorator ship, the Hexaltation, has landed on this world's surface. Tech Priest graciously informed the authorities they take control of nearby manufactoriums in order to perform the rites of ship maintenance. Services of the workers' unit deployed there. Servants of the Omnissiah requested enormous quantities of priceless materials without saying a word as to the purpose of their visit or the details of their mission. They have expressed their gratitude for the assistance and vaguely promised a reward commensurate with the planetary authorities' contribution. Heretic trophies, Xeno artifacts, Xenotech, and an instability detonator. Nah. Nah. We are going to produce war machines. War. Oh, it immediately completed. Well, then I'm going to do Compassion for the Silent. And then... do we want to do the Motive Forces Life? Yeah, we do. I don't know why it's just letting me insta-complete them, but I'm honestly okay with it. We're kind of low on Promethium and really low on Plasteel. Still, let's do the mag trains. And then that's going to be it for now. Now I want to try talking to Heinrichs. See how upset he is with me. And then we're probably going to start winding it down. Because it's 11:30 at night. And I am going to make some soup. No consistency with colony projects. Loads are instant, some take ages. Yeah, I have a suspicion that it's kind of just front-loaded time. Like, the amount of time I've had to complete projects on my other worlds, it's just giving me that amount of completion time instantly, because I'm coming to Kiava Gamma so late.
To what do I owe this visit?
No. Don't have anything new to say. Alright. Well, with that in mind, I think that is going to be it.